Hello, you're very welcome to the Stade de France. It is the opening day of the Para-Athletics Championships here at Paris 2024, the Paralympic Games, a wonderful stadium constructed and first used back in 1998, the stadium where France won the Football World Cup, beating Brazil in the final of that year. 10 days of track and field, culminating on the final day of Paris 2024 with marathons in the T54 and T12 categories. 6 gold medals in the morning session. There will be 8 in the evening session, 14 in total on day one of the Para-Athletics. The crowd is building here. It has been a Games we've been waiting quite some time for. The crowds are here in attendance. The Frege mascots are also here.
Yeah, we need to bear in mind that all the field events will be finals, right? Indeed. All right.
1,134 athletes taking part in these games, 167 National Paralympic Committees here, plus a refugee team and 96 neutral Paralympic athletes. Record number of National Paralympic Committees competing. 35 of those NPCs have a record number of female athletes competing in them, and 27 of the NPCs have brought more females than male competitors. It is a fully inclusive Games, these ones, and we are very much looking forward to seeing what happens. China topped the medal count at the last ones in Tokyo 2020. Will they do it again here at these ones? They are a very strong team. This is what we've got to look forward to in the opening session. Getting underway with the women's discus throw F55. Erica Castano Salazar is the world champ. Dong Fei-shi of China, the Paralympic champion. The men's 5,000 metres T11. Yeltsin Jacques, the world and Paralympic record holder, will go in that one. And then a little bit later on, we've got loads to look forward to there. The men's 100 metres T47, a man by the name of Patricio Ferreira dos Santos. You may know a little bit about him. The fastest Paralympian will go in the heats of the men's 100 metres T47. I'm pleased to say that Heather Felt, the silver medalist in the Beijing Olympics in the modern pentathlon back in 2008, is alongside me. Heather, we are so much looking forward to this opening session.
We really are, and the crowds are starting to get excited. We're seeing plenty of the tricolour. The French fans will no doubt be out in force with several athletes to cheer along as the day builds. And my goodness, we do have a great collection of events in this opening session, don't we, Tolson? 3 throws, we've got a jump, we've got 2 lots of 5-kilometre races, 4 lots of 100 metres, but plenty of races because that's heats, and then we also have a direct final, 2 400s like you said, so an absolutely packed schedule.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what age you are, you'll be enjoying this. Something to remember for the future for those young ones watching on. The weather, by the way, it's a little bit cooler today, 18 degrees Celsius. The wind coming out of the north of the stadium, not too much of a wind to speak of at the moment, but as you can see, the lights are on. It is a little overcast for this opening session, but it won't make any difference to what those athletes do out on the track and on the field, and we'll bring you all the action as it unfolds here at the Stade de France. Looking to the future, looking to what may be. We'll be starting with a field event, which will be the women's discus throw F55. The opening track event will be the men's 5,000 metres T11 complete visual impairment category. Now, if you want any more information, by the way, on categories in para-athletics, paralympic.org is the place to go. We will give you as much information and to make it as simple as possible as we head through this opening session and every session as we move through towards the end of Paris 2024, the Paralympic Games. Women's discus throw F55 final, the first, which will be up. Yeltsin Jacques will go in the men's 5,000 metres T11 complete visual impairment, the world and Paralympic champion, also the world record holder as well. And then we head through to the later session. Susanna Scaroni will go in the women's 5,000 metres T54 a little bit earlier. That's just after 12 o'clock local time. And Patricio Ferreira dos Santos will go in the heats of the men's 100 metres T47.
Mesdames et messieurs, pour ouvrir cette session à la française, comme au théâtre, place aux 3 coups pour lancer la compétition.
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to open the session with a bit of a French touch, as in theatre, it is time for the 3 coups to launch the competition.
So the coup de bâton is ready. This, of course, a tradition. 3 taps of the stick for a brigadier, who's traditionally in French theatre.
Merci d'accueillir Stéphane Diagana.
Stéphane Diagana will get us underway here at the Stade de France in the opening session of the Para-Athletics. Day 1 of action at the Stade de France in the Para-Athletics is officially now underway, and it is the women's discus throw F55 seated category, which will be the first of the events to go in the morning session. There are 13 scheduled to go in this one. It does include the reigning Paralympic champion, Dong Fei Xia, and Erica Castano Salazar, who is the world champion, also going in this one. Very interesting as well, Diana Kremina, who you see there from Latvia, former Diana Dziti. He's also a 2-time javelin world champion and a gold medalist from Rio back in 2016 in the javelin. So there is expertise across a couple of events in this one, but it is the women's discus throw F55. And we'll get to meet the athletes in a moment or two's time. But it is a wonderful looking stadium here at the Stade de France. The crowds are still moving into the stadium. It's wonderfully mapped out, and the athletes will actually benefit, I think, today perhaps by having a few cooler conditions than it has been over the past few days.
Well, we'd certainly expect that to play into the hands of those 2 5-kilometre races we've got later on, and we do potentially hope to see some Paralympic records getting broken in that. We have a world record holder running later, but the throws may be less affected by these conditions that we're experiencing this morning. But this is certainly the coolest that it has been in Paris, I think, since the Olympic Games.
Talking of cool, there was some cool headwear we saw a moment or two ago as well, so that'll keep the head warm if it's a little bit chilly. Yeah, just on that women's distance throw F55, it's a field of 13, as I mentioned. We've got some wonderful athletes as we look from the skies above. The Stade de France, day 1 of the Para-Athletics at these Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. The Peripherique in the background, scooting around the outside of the stadium.
Taking 4th by Rio 2016 and Tokyo 2020 from Colombia.
Championne paralympique en titre pour la République populaire de Chine.
2-time Paralympic champion for the People's Republic of China.
Diana Kremina. Quatrième des championnats du monde cette année pour le Bahreïn.
Fifth place at Tokyo Paralympics from Bahrain.
Sixième des championnats du monde de Paris en 2023 pour l'Inde.
2023 World Championship bronze medalist from India.
Sakshi Kassana. Sixième des championnats du monde de Kobe cette année pour le Maroc.
Making her Paralympic debut from Morocco.
Nouraïmouda El Kaoui. Médaillée de bronze des championnats du monde de Londres en 2017 pour l'Inde.
2017 World Championship bronze medalist from India.
Dalal Karamurti. Médaillée de bronze des Jeux paralympiques de Tokyo pour le Mexique.
Tokyo 2020 Paralympic bronze medalist from Mexico.
Rosa Maria Guerrero Casares. Détentrice du record du monde de la spécialité dans la catégorie F54.
F54 world record holder from Uzbekistan.
Nurkan Kurbanova. Finaliste des championnats du monde de Dubaï en 2019 au javelot pour l'Ouzbékistan.
2022 Asian Paralympic Games silver medalist from Uzbekistan.
Natalia Semyonova. C'est la finale du disque féminin F55.
That rounds up the field for the women's F55 discus final.
Elles sont donc 12 athlètes dans cette finale du disque F55. Elles vont d'abord réaliser leurs 3 premiers jets. Et à l'issue de ces 3 premiers jets, quand l'ensemble des athlètes auront fait leurs 3 premiers jets, les 8 meilleurs auront droit à 3 jets supplémentaires. Elles vont réaliser leurs 3 premiers jets, les uns après les autres, puisque vous voyez, elles sont installées dans l'air de disque pour éviter trop d'aller et venir.
Men's 5,000 meters, T11, complete visual impairment category. The first of the track events to go on the opening session at Paris 2024 Paralympic Games in the para-athletics event here at the Stade de France. Nine names set to go. Among them, Yeltsin Jacks, the World and Paralympic champion, also the Pan American Games champion, and the 1,500 meters Paralympic champion as well. He set the world record in Kobe at the World Para-Athletics Championships back in May of this year.
The athletes on track for the T11 5,000 meter final.
So a quick word, Heather, as they move out. This certainly is going to be a very exciting race. The men's 5,000 meters T11 always is.
Most certainly. Like we mentioned earlier, this is prime conditions for records to be broken, and the fact that we have the world record holder going in this final with a time of 14:53.97. Now note the Paralympic record currently stands at 15:11.07 by Henry Wanyoki from Kenya, which was set all the way back in 2004 in Athens. So a record that has stood for 20 years could potentially be absolutely smashed today.
Yeah, I think you've taken the words right out of my mouth. We may well get something special in the opening event on the track here at Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Now, this being the complete visual impairment category, it does mean that the athletes must run with a guide. They are tethered together. They have to remain with a tether as well, and they also have to wear a blindfold with patches underneath to make sure that there is no chance of anyone getting around the system. So T11, complete visual impairment. Now during this as well, you will see in the background of the shot there where the drinks area is, athletes can change guides throughout the course of the 5,000 meters event. So it is not unusual for an athlete to switch guides halfway through and bring another guide in with them. It can take a bit of time out of your running, but if you've done it and you know exactly what you're doing, you can make it very, very clean and move on from there. Majority of athletes will probably go with just the one guide, and it is vitally important. There are two things. The tether has to be attached to the athlete throughout, and at the end of the race, the athlete has to cross the line ahead of the guide while still tethered. It must happen, otherwise there is a disqualification. The same as at the Olympic Games, if one foot goes off the track and you are found to gain an advantage, you will be disqualified. That's the way it is. They are the rules in place, and all of the athletes do know that is the case in hand. So it'll be 12.5 laps of this quite magnificent track in the stadium. The athletes will do 5,000 meters, T11 final on the opening morning in the men's event.
Pour l'Équateur, Jimmy Caicedo.
Jimmy Caicedo, Karen Rodriguez were flag bearers in the opening ceremony from Ecuador. He was the silver medalist in the 1500 meters back in 2020, won bronze in 2020 and 12. Wadashimwa. Castro Reyes, who was 6th back in Tokyo 2020. Fedor Rudakov, who's competing as a neutral Paralympic athlete, he was disqualified back in 2020, won silver at the Worlds in 2019 in Dubai. From Peru, Rosbel Guillen, who won silver at the Pan American Games last year. Yeltsin Yaks, who's the world and Paralympic champion, Pan American Games champion as well. Yeltsin Yaks of Brazil. Karasawa, Kenya, who was the world champion, winning here in Paris at Stade de France last year, will go for Japan. And another of the Brazilians, Julio Cesar Agrippino dos Santos, he won the 1500 meters in Kobe back in May. Last but not least, Samuel Kimani, he won gold in Rio in 2016, in London in 2017 at the Worlds, and Dubai in 2019 at the Worlds as well. Rounds out our field. Men's 5,000 meters, T11, they're underway and they're moving. It'll be 12.5 laps of this track here at the Stade de France. And at the end of it, we may well have a new Paralympic and perhaps a world record. So they come across the start line and finish line for the first time. And there's a bit of bunching out there at the moment, with 12 laps to go through that first 200 metres. And Heather, how do you expect this race to play out?
Well, the pace is certainly being set at a pretty blistering start, but that's what you expect to see, especially when you're running with a guide. The athletes trying to find that space on the track and get into their rhythm. And almost the first 200, first 400 meters, there's a little bit of that nervous moment of just working out where you're going to sit in the group for the time being. And then it's when the athletes can start to relax and find their rhythm. And we're already seeing this. We've now got a group who are setting into their pace. We can just see Karasawa on the outside there, but the rest of them now just wanting to take the shorter line and conserve energy at this early point in the 5K.
Yeah, it's Agrippino dos Santos who's currently out in front at the moment, the man who won bronze in the Pan American Games last year in Santiago in Chile. He also won gold earlier this year in the 1500 meters in Kobe at the World Para-Athletic Championships in Japan. He leads at the moment by a couple of meters there from Kimani, the Kenyan, who's currently in second position. And they're making a bit of a split. There's about 6 athletes there out in front who are really putting a bit of pace on and leaving a few of those ones behind at the back as they head through that first lap and a half. And they're back into the back straight. The crowd is really starting to build here at the Stade de France as well.
Well, the crowd are going to have to pace themselves as well for this event, because it is most certainly an endurance, the longest event we see on the track, the 5K at the Paralympics. And it's interesting to see that Agrippino dos Santos setting the pace early on. Now, his personal best is actually 4 seconds slower than Yeltsin-Jacks, his teammate, but most importantly today, his competitor and the current world record holder. Now, both of these athletes in form, having run personal bests this year. I mean, it's interesting that he's setting the pace early. Maybe he doesn't have faith in his kick at the end, or he just wants to stay sort of out of danger, because we do see trips, but you know, in the 5K race and any event on the track, when it gets too close, you can clip your competitors, and just want to be in a controlling position at the moment.
Yeah, it was a little bit different in Kobe back in May. Yeltsin-Jacks, he went more towards the front in that one, and he was really keen to try and put a bit of pace on, but in this one he's sitting currently in 6th position, but it is his compatriot Agrippino dos Santos who sits out in front at the moment as they head down that back straight, and a couple who are being let off the back there who are really trying their best to try and get back onto that field, but there'll be a bit of toing and froing, and as they head down that back straight, you can see they're just about to go past that drinks area. There are a couple of athletes who will switch guides throughout the course of this. As I talked about before, in case you didn't hear, there is a tether you can see there that the guide has with the athlete. They're complete visual impairment, so you must wear eye patches. You can wear sunglasses across there to cover it as well, as long as it is complete visual impairment as they head around. And well, the Brazilians are certainly enjoying their man being out in front, and perhaps wasn't the man they expected was going to be the one out in front at the moment, though. It is Agrippino dos Santos who leads at the moment, as he has done. They'll come down and head across the finishing line in a moment or two's time, and after that they'll have 9 laps remaining. So 3,600 metres left in this men's 5,000 metres T11 complete visual impairment category.
Well, no one's really bold enough to make a move at this point, and that's what we'd expect to see in the 5K at this point. And the pace feels like it's just upping a little bit, and we've just got those 2 athletes tailing off the group. It was a group of 6, and now we've had a couple come back and join this pace, but no real changes, no one willing to make anything drastic at the moment. And as I said, it's just finding that comfortable position where you want to be in that group, and the guides will constantly be talking to their athletes, you know, saying this is where we're at, who's in front, who's behind, and they'll all have their race plan. But it's great having a race plan, but you've also got to have an adaptable race plan, because you don't know what everyone else's plan is.
Well, the man who knows a little bit too about this type of event, I haven't mentioned him too much, Karasawa Kenya, who won the gold medal at the World Championships last year in Paris, just down the road at Chateau Stadium. He's sitting there in 2nd position at the moment, so he's feeling confident, he's feeling good. He's just sitting on the heels there, Agrippino dos Santos. And Agrippino dos Santos was a silver medalist in those games last year, so he's taken silver a couple of times in this one. He was silver earlier back in Kobe as well, so he's always there or thereabouts at the front. There's a couple who have been really left off the back there, so we're down to pretty much a race in at 7 at the moment. They've got 7.5 laps remaining, and some of the guides on the far side are just about getting ready to make a move, I suspect, when it comes around another lap or two, and they'll change over, and that could be a position where there might be a slight change in how things are done. There's one who's just gone off the back there, which we can see in the background, but there's one that's been made already, but some will wait for a little bit further down and to sort of around the halfway mark before they make those changes. So they're moving around, and it is Agrippino dos Santos who still leads out in front there, Karasawa Kenya, and it is the man from Kenya himself, Kimani, who is the gold medalist back in Rio in 2016, twice a world champion as well, who is in 3rd position at the moment.
We just saw a fall there, and you can already see back in the action. That was a quick recovery. But I think the most shocking thing we're seeing at the moment is Yeltsin-Jacks is actually off the pace, and now he has just been dropped from that group. So all eyes were on the world record holder, who's just not able to match this pace that we're seeing today.
No, he's currently in 7th position, is Yeltsin-Jacks, so he's in all sorts of trouble at the moment, and you have to say at this point that he is out of contention. However, there is a fair distance to go in this, and he may well try and get himself back onto the field to get into this one. And talking of Yeltsin Jacks, he's just made in the background, he's just made a change of guide, so perhaps that might provide a bit of inspiration as they head around that area, the 200-metre mark there, and come down into the home straight. And they move around. They'll have 6 laps remaining. It is Agrippino dos Santos. It's Kurosawa Kenya. He's just opened up around the outside there, and he's got a couple of wide. And this is the thing, we're running with a guy that Agrippino dos Santos has put a bit of pace back in on the inside. So Kurosawa Kenya has used up a bit of, expended some energy going to try and go on the outside, but then having to push back in when Agrippino dos Santos, his guide, has realised what's going to happen. So a bit of kidology there, I think, from Agrippino dos Santos. He wanted Kurosawa to try and go around the outside. He did that, and then Kurosawa saw the guide of Agrippino dos Santos put the pace back on, and Kurosawa Kenya's guide had to jolt back in because they would have been running much too wide on that track. But a solid race thus far by the man from Brazil, Julio Cesar Agrippino dos Santos. He's looking very strong indeed. They went through that second 1,000 metres, so 2,000 metres in 6:01.70, so 1:11.34 for that last lap time. They'll be looking to pick the pace up a bit as they head. Now the top 3 have really splintered from the rest of the field. We've got Agrippino dos Santos, Kurosawa and Kamani in that order, and that is how it's been for the majority of this race, if not the whole.
Well, it's interesting you just talked about the pace there, Tulson. The Paralympic record 15:11. Now they're currently, if they hold this pace, they are looking like they are very much on track for it, but it's still a long way to go in this 5K, and we're seeing a few more jostlings of position, and that sort of comfortable pace we saw over the first kilometre has changed, and now it feels more like a race against each other as opposed to that race against the clock, which maybe initially it started it. And it is a very nervous moment when you see the athletes overtaking each other, because like you said, it does take a lot more energy. You've got to go wider, and you've got another guide swap just happening at the front there. So Agrippino dos Santos has just swapped his guide.
And Kurosawa Kenya as well. So the top 2 have just swapped their guides now, and Kamani's tried to go a little bit wider there to go around the outside. And as I mentioned just a few moments ago, it is quite difficult when those athletes are making that change to try and go around, but all of a sudden they quicken the pace, and then instead of wanting to go wide and around them, you have to duck back in and get behind them. It's a solid race so far from the man who you could call the Brazilian number 2, Agrippino dos Santos, because he's been in the shadow of Yeltsin Jacks for quite some time, but at the moment he's in no one's shadow except his own, because he's out in front and he's 10 metres or so out in front at the moment. So Kurosawa in second position. There's 4 laps to go as Agrippino dos Santos heads across that line, and he looks like he's in very fine form as well. There's some wonderful synchronicity between he and his guide. They are looking very strong indeed, is the Brazilian out in front. He's got a 10-metre gap to Kurosawa Kenya, and Kamani, who almost came untethered them from his guide, in third position, but he's stuck with it. But it is Agrippino dos Santos as they head down with 3.5 laps remaining.
Well, that was the 3-kilometre mark, and interesting to note, we see Rudakov limping. That is really upsetting. Now, we saw him go down earlier on, just took a tumble, came back, looked strong, but sadly it looks as though that might be a result of maybe an injury on the fall. But back to the front of this race here, that last kilometre was back under 3 minutes again, so we saw a 3:01 on the middle, or the second kilometre. The third kilometre just does show that the pace is upping, as is the gap increasing. So our leaders are really putting the pedal down now and just wanting to state their intentions. I mean, it was a very strategic plan from the start to run at the front, but now really trying to increase that opening.
So Rudakov is out of the race. He has gone. He was disqualified back in Tokyo 2020, but he is out of this one. It looks through injury, but out in front and showing no signs of having any issues at all is Agrippino dos Santos. There we can see to the left of the screen, Fedor Rudakov. He's just pulled up there. It looks like it might be a calf problem or something along those lines, because he really looked like struggling there, the neutral Paralympic athlete. So Rudakov, the Paralympic Games, yet again, not being kind to him. Being very kind, though, to Brazil at the moment with Agrippino dos Santos. He was bronze at the Pan American Games last year in Chile. He won the 1500 metres gold at the World Championships back in Kobe earlier in this year, back in May. And at the moment, he's looking like he's going to add a Paralympic title to his collection of medals. He's twice a gold medalist in the 1500 metres at Worlds, but he's looking very strong at the moment. Karasawa Kenya, with 2 laps to go, is doing his best to try and bring him back. Karasawa Kenya, the man who was a world champion last year. He wants to become a Paralympic champion, but with 5-minute gap at the moment, Heather, it looks like it might be a little bit too much for him. He's got some work to do.
It really has, and again we're splitting now, and it looks as though we've got a battle on for the gold and then a battle between the bronze and 4th place, and there's some action going on further back in this race. But Agrippino dos Santos just having a little bit of pressure put on him. But one thing I'm pretty sure, we are going to see a Paralympic record, because the pace that these men are running, and that was another sub 3-minute kilometre, and we're into the final K.
Well, Yeltsin Jacks may have left it too late. He's, you can see there in the yellow, the 3rd position at the moment, but I think he might have left his run too late. He's trying to get back. He's gone past Kamani into 3rd place. Has he got enough time though? They'll come down, they'll take the belt. There's Agrippino dos Santos who's going to be across the line with 1 lap to go. Karasawa Kenya, the world champion from last year in Paris, is in his silver medal position, and it's Yeltsin Jacks, the world record holder, the world champion, the Paralympic champion, in 3rd position. But is there going to be a new Paralympic record here at these games? Agrippino dos Santos, he is flying around that back there. The guide of Karasawa Kenya is doing his best to try and get Karasawa Kenya to catch up with Agrippino dos Santos, who has led from the very beginning of this race, the Brazilian. He is absolutely flying. You can see the grit and determination on his face. He's lengthened that gap. It's gone back out to 10 metres again. He's got 150 metres to go as he heads around into that final 100 metres. The crowd are doing their best to urge him on. Karasawa Kenya is doing his best. Yeltsin Jacks in the background there. He's left it too late. He probably needs to go another lap beforehand. He's trying to get on the back of Karasawa and take that silver medal, but it doesn't matter out in front, because it's going to be Julio Cesar Agrippino dos Santos who's going to claim the new world record as well of 14:48.85, the first event on the track at these Paralympic Games, and we have a new world record. He has smashed it by 5 seconds from Yeltsin Jacks, who set it back in May of this year in Kobe. I was there for that. I'm here for this. It is absolutely wonderful running from the Brazilians again, but this time it is Julio Cesar Agrippino dos Santos who takes the gold medal in a new world record time of 14:48.85. Well, Heather, what a performance.
Well, who would have thought that all 3 medalists, the top 3 men in this race, all went under the previous world record? Not just the Paralympic record, but the world record. And I mean, the Paralympic record has stood for 20 years, and now we've seen the world record smashed as well. It's just incredible. I'm almost lost for words, but luckily not quite.
Well, it stood for 20 years, and the 3 athletes in those medal positions have all absolutely annihilated that mark. An Asian record for Karasawa Kenya. Yeltsin Jacks, a new lifetime best for him. He lost his world record, but that man there, he'll be happy about who's got it. Congratulations all round. Julio Cesar Agrippino dos Santos with a new world record time. There's the man who did hold that world record, Yeltsin Jacks. He was dropped off the back there at one point. He got back in. He left it a little bit too late. But he'll be happy. He's taken away a bronze medal. It is absolute brilliant running from Agrippino dos Santos. He's on the ground. He's exhausted. He's stretched out in that last 150 to 200 metres. He put the hand in the air. He heads across the line before his guide. That is all legal, no issue whatsoever. All 3 athletes perfectly legal. But Agrippino dos Santos, he led from the very start of this race. And he went out. And he went out fast. and he held the lead for the entire 5,000 metres, and he has added a world record and a Paralympic gold in the 5,000 metres to his collection. He was the 1,500 metre gold medalist in Kobe in Japan back in May in the World Para-Athletics Championships. He's now the Paralympic champion in the 5,000 metres. Julio Cesar Agrippino dos Santos, Paralympic champion, men's 5,000 metres T11, new world record, 14:48.85.
Que vous voyez devant le sable, c'est la partie qui est la chaux. De là, on prendra la mesure de chacun de leurs sauts. L'assistant se place devant cette chaux ou à côté de cette chaux et indique à l'athlète en claquant des mains, le rythme et la direction qu'il doit suivre, qu'elle doit suivre. C'est donc pourquoi on vous demande régulièrement du silence et du calme.
And just to let you know, by the way, as well, Samuel Kamani has been disqualified. So he finished in 4th position, but he's been disqualified. Rudakov, the neutral Paralympic athlete, he didn't finish. So we had 7 legal finishes in the end. There is confirmation of the men's 5,000 metres T11 world record for Brazil, Julio Cesar Agrippino dos Santos. Lifetime best for both Karasawa Kenya of Japan and Yeltsin Jacques, who did hold the world record, finishes with the bronze medal. Rudakov not finishing and Kamani disqualified.
Jet de ce concours à 17,26 m. Elle prend donc la tête du concours. Il n'y a que pour l'instant 2 athlètes qui ont participé. La prochaine qui va se présenter dans ce cercle, Rosa Maria Guerrero Cazares pour le Mexique.
Brazil always is very strong at para-athletics, and they've started here, as I'm sure they mean to go on. A gold and a bronze in the opening event on the track.
Finale de la longueur femme T11.
It's time for the women's T11 long jump final.
Médaillé de bronze des Jeux para-panaméricains pour le Vénézuélien.
2023 Pan-American Games bronze medalist from Venezuela,
Rosibel Colmenares. Finaliste des championnats du monde de Paris en 2023 pour l'Argentine.
8th at the 2023 World Championships from Argentina,
Rosario Trinidad Coppola Molina. Médaillé de bronze des Jeux paralympiques de Tokyo pour le Venezuela.
making a Paralympic debut from Venezuela,
Agnelli Nathalie Vargas Ruiz. Médaillé de bronze des Jeux paralympiques de Rio pour le Brésil.
2016 Paralympic bronze medalist from Brazil.
Women's long jump T11 is the next of the field events. There are A couple of field events which will be underway. We'll head back to the track as well. There's men 100 metres T12, which is also taking place. Women's long jump T11. Here is the field for that one.
2023
Double world champion Asila Merziarova heads out in this one. As does Zhu Gua of China. 5 World Championship golds over the 100, 200 relay. She's also got 2 Paralympic golds over the 100 and in the relay as well. There is a very strong field going in that one.
2023 Youth Paralympic Games silver medalist from Argentina,
Sofia Valentina Casse. 7e des derniers championnats du monde à Paris pour la France.
Delia Bulaglame, very well supported athlete here of France in that women's long jump T11.
Championne du monde en 2017 pour l'Italie.
London 2017 world champion from Italy,
Ariola Delay. C'est la finale de la longueur femme T11.
that completes the lineup for the women's T11 long jump final.
Men's 100 metres T12 medium visual impairment category. 3 heats set to go in this one. The first in each heat will automatically qualify through, and then the next fastest across the 3 heats will also move through to the final. This one here, Noah Malone, the world champion from Paris last year, took silver in Kobe in Japan back in May of the World Paralympic Championships this year. One of 3 to go in this one. Michael Vinicius de Oliveira, he won silver over the 200 and 400 metres at the Pan American Games in Santiago in Chile last year.
Couloir numéro 3 pour le Brésil, de Oliveira Marcos Vinicius.
He'll head in lane 3. In lane 5, Jaco Schmidt,
Jaco Smith,
who was 4th just outside the medals in Paris last year.
Couloir numéro 7 pour les
And
États-Unis.
Noah Malone has published an autobiography, Losing Vision, Not Dreams. The silver medalist in Tokyo 2020, silver in Japan back at the Worlds, now looking to go one better at the Paralympic Games Paris 2024. So the 3 will go on this. There are 3 heats in total. The first in each heat automatically qualifies through to the final, and then the next fastest across the 3 heats will move through as the 4th person into the final. away fastest on the outside in lane 7. He's going to be the automatic qualifier that goes through. Let's just have a look at the time. 10:74 is the time for Noah Malone. So he's outside his season best and lifetime best, but he does qualify through automatically there with that 10:74. World record and Paralympic record, you see at 10:43. That's from Salam Kasafali of Norway. Set back in Tokyo, and Noah Malone, he does like winding the crowd up, and he is through first automatically.
So Heat 1 concludes Noah Malone taking the first spot. There are 3 heats of this 100 metres T12. The first athlete will advance, and the next fastest will also.
10:75, the ratified time in qualifying through fastest in that heat for Noah Malone of the United States. Medium visual impairment, so athletes can opt to or not run without a guide.
Well, he was a little slower out the blocks, but soon found his rhythm, Malone, and just cruised those final 20 metres. Glancing over his shoulder, but he would have known that he has done enough. And the time shows that there's potentially a lot more in the tank when it comes through to the final. 10:75 his time there, compared to his season's best of a 10:34 and a personal best of 10:33. So you can just see easing down over the finish. You can see something exciting when it comes to the final later on.
Yeah, the man who was voted the 2023 Paralympics USA Athlete of the Year. Noah Malone qualifies through in the men's 100 metres T12, medium visual impairment, 10:75. Jaco Schmidt, 11.12 for him, so he'll be hoping that he qualifies through. Marcus Vinicius de Oliveira, though, won't be moving through to the final, finishing in third position, 11:61 for him.
Finaliste des derniers Jeux paralympiques pour la République centrafricaine.
Competing at her second Paralympics for the Central African Republic.
Véronica Ndakara. Médaille d'argent des derniers championnats du monde pour l'Ouzbékistan.
2024 World Silver Medalist from Uzbekistan.
Koubaro Kakimova. Sixième des derniers Jeux paralympiques pour le Canada.
2023 Paralympic Games discus bronze medalist from Canada.
Charlotte Bolton. Quatrième des derniers Jeux para-asiatiques pour l'Ouzbékistan.
2020 Asian Para Games discus bronze medalist from Uzbekistan.
Nadida Moukorova. Médaillée d'argent des derniers Jeux paralympiques de Tokyo en disque pour le Maroc.
2024 discus world champion from Morocco.
Yousra Karim. Médaille d'argent des derniers Jeux paralympiques de Tokyo pour la Tunisie.
2016 Paralympic silver medalist from Tunisia.
Samar Ben Koueleb. Médaillé de bronze des derniers Jeux paralympiques de Tokyo pour l'Argentine.
Tokyo 2020 Paralympic bronze medalist from Argentina.
Antonella Ruiz Diaz. La championne paralympique en titre pour la Tunisie.
Current world record holder and reigning Paralympic champion from Tunisia.
Hawa Lili. Médaillé de bronze des derniers Jeux paralympiques en disque pour le Maroc.
Tokyo 2020 Paralympic discus bronze medalist from Morocco.
Ayat Edgar. C'est la finale du poids femme F41.
Your final for the women's F41 shot put.
Le silence est demandé du côté du concours de saut en longueur T11 féminin.
Voilà, vous avez tout compris, vous pouvez exprimer votre soutien
Heat number 2 of the men's 100 metres T12 medium visual impairment. The rain has started to lightly fall here at the Stade de France. 4 to go in this one. Teodoro of Brazil, Vasquez, Abdul Samad and Zachary Shaw of Great Britain will go in lane 7. Only one automatically qualifies through. The hot seat position at the moment, 11.12 from the opening heat.
Back to the track for the men's T12.
This was Jaco Schmidt.
Couloir numéro 1, représentant le Brésil, finaliste des derniers
Kesley Teodoro
de Kobe.
will go in lane 1. His sister Katila won bronze in the 400 metres at the World Paralympic Championships at Kobe back in May. And she was the one who originally got him to compete in para-athletics. Fernando Vasquez, the reigning Parapan American Games champion. He won 4 in the long jump in the past para-athletics championships. Abdul Samad will be running with a guide who was 5th at the Asian Para Games.
Couloir numéro 7, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
And Zachary Shaw, bronze medalist in Paris last year at the Worlds. Also, earlier this year in Kobe, he won the silver medal at the Commonwealth Games in 2022 in Birmingham. We'll go in lane 7 for Great Britain.
200 mètres hommes T12.
Is the men's T12 100 metres heat 2.
So there's the man there with the best of the lifetime best, 10.77 for Teodoro. Shaw on the outside, 10.85 his lifetime best, his season best, 10.87. So it could be a battle between lanes 1 and 7 for that automatic qualification position. They're away in the second heat of the men's 100 metres T12, but there is a false start straight away there. It looked like someone had moved off those blocks, and there is no forgiveness in this. If you have false started, you will get a red card. So we'll have a look at the replay in a moment. It looked like there was a slight movement. It might have been Vasquez, you know, on the inside of Argentina that.
Les athlètes vont maintenant rejoindre.
Now this being the visual impairment category, they're not forgiving. Coordination impairments, sometimes there's a little bit of give when it comes to maybe some movement on the blocks. But this here, maybe seeing a red. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think it was Vasquez, the man from Argentina, the Parapan American Games champion, in the sky blue top in lane 3. That shows the reaction time. He was away much quicker than everyone else, and that, unfortunately for him, is going to be a red card. Now he's questioning the decision, but he seems to have taken it in good spirits. So Fernando Vasquez is disqualified. A false start for him, unfortunately. So the reigning Parapan American Games champion is out. Now he is set to compete in the long jump as well, so he will be back. So the second time of asking, they are away in the men's 100 metres T12, and getting away very quick on the inside is Kesley Teodoro. Zachary Shaw is doing his best on the outside to get to him. Is he going to get there? Oh, that's a tight one. I think Shaw, he may have just about got there on the outside. Well, Teodoro, there was nothing in it in the end. Teodoro was struggling towards the end, and Shaw was coming back, but it looks like Teodoro's been given... Well, not like he'd been given the mark, but it's Zachary Shaw who's come home just a hundredth of a second ahead of Teodoro. So Shaw's been given it, 11.15 for him. Just ahead of Teodoro, 11.16 is the time. Now that would mean though that Kesley Teodoro does not go through, because 11.12 from Jaco Schmidt in the opening heat means that he goes through. There's the winner, Zachary Shaw, 11.15. He qualifies through to the final.
Le silence est demandé du côté sautoir en longueur, ligne droite.
11.15 qualification for Zachary Shaw. Nowhere near his season best, a lifetime best, but he's through. That man there, well, he'll miss out.
Well, that wasn't their prime conditions for sprinting. The rain has just started to come down here in the Stade de France, and that could be reflected in those slightly slower times, not able to get close to season's best when it was required, but just enough for Zachary Shaw, and that dip over the line, giving him the win by 100th of a second. And there you can see the rain really prevailing. It's into the faces of the athletes, and at the speed they're running, that's going to have a significant effect, and it does put this second heat at a disadvantage to that heat number one. Makes for dramatic pictures though, as we are seeing from these wonderful high definition cameras. Not ideal conditions for sprinting.
Well, there's confirmation of it. The men's 100 metres T12, heat number 2. Zachary Shaw, 11.15. He's home by 100th of a second, and Teodoro, that's how small these margins are. He misses out because he hasn't got a fast enough time to qualify through. Vasquez disqualified.
Il faut maintenant le silence, s'il vous plaît, dans le stade. Qui fait aussi son entrée dans cette finale para-athlétique.
Et place à la cloche avec le premier champion paralympique ici à Paris, Julio
César Agrippino dos Santos rings the bell, which will move to Notre Dame, the refurbished Notre Dame, after these Paralympic Games. It was used in the Olympic Games as well, and he becomes the first person in the para-athletics in this stadium to ring that bell. Men's 100 metres T12 continues. This is the third and final heat in the medium visual impairment category.
It's time for the final heat in the men's T12 100 metres.
4 going in this one. Only one can go through though.
Couleur numéro 1, représentant la Turquie, Serkan Yildirim.
Second Yildirim will go from lane 1.
Couleur numéro 3, athlète paralympique neutre, Roman Tarasov.
The neutral Paralympic athlete who was bronze in Tokyo 2020, Roman Tarasov, will go in lane 3. Bouja of Morocco, who was 4th in Kobe back in May, in lane 5. And Jefferson Marino de Oliveira, who was 4th back in Tokyo 2020.
Jefferson Marino de Oliveira. Place à la 3e série du 100 mètres T12 hommes.
That's the lineup for the final heat in the men's T12 100 metres.
So just the first will go through automatically, and then after this we'll have our fastest qualifier. At the moment it's Jaco Schmidt from heat number 1, 11-1-2, as the rain really starts to come down here at the Stade de France. Yildirim, Tarasov, Buja and Marino de Oliveira set to go in this one. Final heat, men's 100 metres, T12 medium visual impairment category. At all, getting away pretty quick there was Tarasov, but it's Yildirim on the inside. He's going to take it. Serkan Yildirim of Turkey is going to ease across the line in 10:89 is the time he goes across in.
Cette troisième série et se qualifie directement pour la finale devant l'athlète paralympique neutre Roman Tarasov. 10:89.
Serkan Yildirim, 10:89, he qualifies through. Jefferson Marino de Oliveira is going to go through in that lucky loser position, 11:01 for the Brazilian, so it does mean that he will qualify through to the final despite finishing in second position in that race.
Yildirim of Turkey takes the final automatic spot in the men's 100-metre final, and the automatic the fastest time from Jefferson Marino de Oliveira in 11.01. It's under the 11.
Serkan Yildirim, he won the gold medal
so he will take
at the World Paralympic Championships back in Kobe. He also won the 400 metres there, so he's a very, very good runner over the longer and those shorter distances as well, but he got away ever so fast and he just eased up at the end. He did it very, very easily. We just watch him here, he just loosens off, and he certainly looks like he's going to be adding a Paralympic title to that world title that he won. He turns 33 just 8 days ago, and he may be celebrating his birthday with a gold medal with a performance like that to get through to the final. Did it easily, didn't he?
He certainly did. You can see the body position at the finish line already upright and easing back. But it's a little bit fresh in the stadium, so the athletes will making sure that they can keep warm enough. Don't want to be causing any muscle damage in these heat stages, but he will be through to the final. And they'll be hoping for nicer conditions, but that was an incredibly fast third and final heat for that men's T12 100 metres. Expect to see those times significantly faster when we come to the final, especially if the rain has eased by then.
Yeah, Serkan Yildirim, he came to the fore in those championships in Kobe with a double gold medal performance, and he's looking like he's going to be heading for another one here. That's a lovely pan across the Stade de France. The rain might be dampening the track, but certainly not any spirits of the wonderful crowd we have here in attendance. So there is confirmation of that final heat. Serkan Yildirim, the reigning para-athletics world champion, 10:89 qualifying, 11:01 for Marino de Oliveira, goes through in that in the lucky loser position in second. And there is the confirmation of the final 100 metres T12 category for men. Malone, Yildirim, Marino de Oliveira and Zachary Shaw from the second heat, getting home by 1/100th of a second to take that automatic qualification position.
New leading jump in the long jump. Alba Garcia Malagan of Spain jumps 4 meters 76 to take the lead.
So the women's discus throw F55, an ongoing competition at the moment. And that is a very, very big throw from Rosa Maria Casares, he's been given the white flag on that one. Now, this is an event where the athletes take all 6 attempts at the same time. Because it's in a seated position, they can readjust themselves after the 3rd throw and go again. Rosa Maria Casares. That world record mark set by Marianne Bugenhagen back in Beijing 2008. That's 27.80, but well, 25.81 is that winning mark there at the moment. If it stayed that way, she would be the gold medalist. But there are many more to go yet. Only 3 athletes into it, and 10 more to go. Men's 400 meters T52. Heat number 1 of 2. First 3 will automatically go through to the final. The next 2 fastest across the 2 heats will advance to the final. You can just see a bit of rain there in that foreground, and now you can see behind the athletes glistening off the track. So Maxime Caraban goes in this. 5 gold medals at the last 2 World Championships. He did the 100 double in 23 and 24, plus the 400. He also won 1,500 meters gold in Kobe. He's the world record holder. He's doing the 100 as well as this 400 meters event here at these Paralympic Games. He'll go in heat number 1. Ito Tatsua, he's been accustomed to bronze medals. Bronze in the last 2 Worlds, bronze at the Asian Para Games back in 2022 as well. And he will go out in lane number 7.
Next up on track is round 1 of the men's T52 400 meters, heat 1.
He must be hoping his luck will turn.
Numéro 7, représentant le Japon, Tatsuya Ito.
Japanese, one of 5 to go in this.
6, représentant les Philippines, Gerald Pitts Magliwan.
Magliwan, the Asian Para Games champion from the Philippines. He was disqualified in Tokyo 2020, so looking for more here at these ones. Fabian Blum of Switzerland. Prior to his injury, he was an artistic gymnast. He's now a para-athlete on the track. Salvador Hernandez Mondragon, 60 years of age. He won gold in Sydney 2000. He's been competing since Atlanta 96. He won in Birmingham in the World Championships in 98, 2 years before this man was even born. Maxime Caraban set the world record earlier this year in February in Sharjah in the UAE. He's won 5 gold medals in the last 2 World Championships, and he will be favourite to add to his collection here, going from lane 3. So T52. Now this one here is a little bit more difficult for the athletes to get going. T54, the strongest of the categories. This one here, trunk movement is sometimes minimalised, so is a bit before they do get going, and do they get going indeed. Maxime Caraban, you can see in the bright yellow to the left of your screen, with the range streaming down here on this track. You can see the wheels pushing their way through it. But he is way out in front. It is the first 3 that go through, so there is a battle on behind this to get through. So there are 2 more positions available behind Maxime Caraban. He holds the world record at 52 seconds exactly. Does the Belgian set in February this year. Sato Tomoki, who goes up next, holds the Paralympic record. But have we got something special coming here? I think we have. It is a new Paralympic Games record of 54.48. We'll just wait for ratification on that. But there is your winner, 54.48, new Paralympic record for the man from Belgium. It was a wonderful, wonderful race from him. Fabian Blum of Switzerland has come home in second position, and to tell you how big the gap was, it was 10 seconds further back. 104.08 for him. And Hernandez Mondragon, who's been around for a long time, the 60-year-old, he goes through in third position as well. That's Fabian Blum, who goes through 104.08, but that man there. Well, what a performance here from Maxime Carabin, Heather.
Well, that was phenomenal, wasn't it? That was very much a time trial race as well. I mean, I wonder if he had an eye on the clock and noticed his bike computer was on the mount, whether it was on or not, and whether he had the clock on that to save him looking up. But I think we could see a lot more coming from this man in the final. And will he have his eyes set on beating his own world record? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, he looked like he had a bit left in the tank, didn't he? Maxime Carabin, he is quite an athlete indeed in the T52 men's category. So a Paralympic record of 54.48, breaking the mark set in Tokyo 2020 by Sato Tomoki. It is Maxime Carabin who goes through number one. Tomoki will go in the next of the heats. Carabin in 54.48, also qualifying automatically Fabian Blum and Salvador Hernandez Mondragon of Mexico. They are the three that go through automatically, and the other two will have to wait to see who goes through to the final. Next two who miss out automatically, fastest go through to the final.
Has just jumped a new Paralympic record of 5 meters 22 to take the lead in the long jump.
Men's 400 metres T52, the second heat. Maxime Carabin breaking the Paralympic record in the opener. It was held by Sato Tomoki, who goes in lane 3 of Japan. 54.
Alors vous avez été exceptionnel pour ce début de session. Rappelez-vous, il faut le silence total. Seul l'assistant va clapper.
So 6 go in this one, only 3 though automatically qualify through. And then across the 2 heats we'll get the next 2 fastest who go through to the final.
Qui devra sur les bases de son record personnel pour aller chercher une médaille. 4,36 m et est actuellement 3e de ce concours.
On reste à la deuxième série du 400 mètres T52 homme.
Well, the lights are on here at the Stade de France, and the rain is coming down, but it hasn't affected anything yet. We've seen world records and Paralympic records. It is absolutely phenomenal what these guys can do. Sam McIntosh will go in lane 8. Manny May's debut back in 2011. Ito Tomoya, 61 years of age, doesn't look it. He was the gold medalist back in Beijing 2008. He also won in 2011 in Christchurch in the World Para-Athletics Championships as well. Bate Bosch, he's 52 years of age. He won gold back in 2002 from Switzerland. Anthony Bouchard, gold medalist in the 100 at the Pan-American Games. Perez Suarez, he was fourth back in Kobe in May at the World Championships, and Sato Tomoki, he won silver last year in the Worlds, and this year he won gold. He's the reigning Paralympic champion, who will go in lane 3. And he was the Paralympic record holder until the race beforehand. In heat number 1, that Maxime Caraban absolutely smashed it. So McIntosh in 8, Ito in 7, Bush in 6, Bouchard in 5, Perez Suarez in 4, Sato in 3. Away with no issues at all. And the outside of the track at the moment on that section down there in the first 100 metres is still dry because of the roof here at the Stade de France, so it's a good chance for McIntosh to get away. And it's Ito Tomoya who's gone past him on the inside, just straightening himself up there. You can see the athletes, when they knock that front part of their wheelchair, to just straighten themselves up and make sure they run that circuit, but really flying now. As you would expect, it is Sato Tomoki who's absolutely streaming around the inside of his compatriot, Ito Tomoya. And Sato is doing his best out there. Ito is as well, but it's going to be the first 3 who automatically go through anyway, so there's going to be no issues there for both Sato and Ito of Japan. They should go through first and second. They will do at that 58.22, the unofficial time as he goes across the line there. So quite some distance behind Maxime Caraban, but it doesn't matter because he is through to the final for Sato. The Japanese 1-2 in that one. And it's the Mexican Perez Suarez who goes through in the automatic 3rd position. So Japan 1-2. Sato, former Paralympic record holder now, but he is the Paralympic champion still. Ito goes through as well in the 2nd position, and it is Leonardo de Jesus Perez Suarez automatically through 3rd.
Well, I wonder what was going through the mind of Sato Tomoki, having seen his own Paralympic records smashed. I mean, note his time is 3.5 seconds off his personal best and that former Paralympic record. And you can see as he's crossing the line, he's very much looking up at the clock, and he'll be aware of his time, but it's the medals that count at the Paralympic Games, and he will be conserving his energy for that final, and we will be in for a treat when he comes up against the new Paralympic record holder as the still reigning Paralympic champion.
Well, Bouchard has managed to get himself through as well, despite finishing in 4th position. The Canadian, he'll go through. The man who won gold over the 100 metres at the Pan-American Games. But that is the winner of heat number 2. Sato Tomoki, 58.04. It'll be a showdown between him and Maxime Caraban in the final of the men's 400 metres T52. Sato, Ito, Perez Suarez and Bouchard through to the final. Bouchard is one of the fastest qualifiers, missing out automatically. And what does that mean? Well, Caraban with the Paralympic record, top of the table there. Sato 4 seconds or so behind, and Bouchard gets through there in the final position.
Zolga still leads away with 5.22. Zulu China 4.91. Leading the podium at the moment, Garcia Flanagan of Spain 4.76.
Now we're getting a quick glimpse at the women's shot put, the F41 that's been going on the field. Kabaro Kakamova coming up for her 2nd throw. 9.98 It's her first attempt. Can she better that with attempt number 2? The distance to beat 10:40 at the moment. It's the current lead from Raoul Talili, the reigning Paralympic champion. Kakimova, has she done enough to get close? 10:36, a great throw from the Uzbekistani, and that has put her just 4 centimeters behind. That has actually just put her into the lead ahead of Raoul Talili.
Well, here is Raoul Talili now. Now she's looking to become the most decorated Tunisian Paralympian. She currently shares 6 gold medals with Maha Bouleg, who won 6 golds in the para-athletics between 2000 and 2004. She has 4 Paralympic shot put gold in the past 4 Paralympics, and that's out there over that 10-meter mark. 10:36 was the throw from Kakimova of Uzbekistan, who improved and set a new Asian record. The world record and Paralympic record held by Talili of 10:55 set in Tokyo 2020. That's 10:55. Her best so far this year, best so far this year, I should say, is currently 10:15, and that one there, well, that puts her in the first position. Tunisians thrilled, 10:40, season best for her. She leads the way. And that's how it looks, 10:40, Kakimova there, 4 centimeters behind, and Betraga Aritza is in currently 3rd position of Colombia. Despite the weather, the crowds have been still piling in here to the Stade de France. Nice warm headwear. Women's 400 metres, T11. There are 4 heats scheduled to go in this. First in each heat will qualify, and then after the 4 of the heats, the next 4 fastest will advance through to the semi-finals. So Angie Liza Pabon-Mamian is not starting in this. She was scheduled to compete. Was the Colombian who won bronze back in 2020, but she does not start in this one. So we'll have 3 who go in it, but only the first will automatically go through. This race will have Luku Quing, who's the reigning Paralympic champion from both 2016 in Rio and also Tokyo 2020. She's the world and Paralympic record holder as well. Well, we're not even halfway through this session yet, and we have seen Paralympic and world records already broken. It never ceases to amaze me in para-athletics. The records tumble all the time. That is a lovely mask being worn by Camilla Muller, the Brazilian who will go in lane 7. She competes in the 1500 metres as well at these championships. This is a complete visual impairment category, so the athletes must run with a guide. You'll see the tether in the hand of Moko there. It has to be attached to the guide and the athlete at all times. They'll be furiously watched by the officials to make sure that happens. Luku Quing, Paralympic champion from Rio and Tokyo. She did win silver though in Kobe back in May in the World Paralympics Championships. She's also a two-time world champion over 400 metres. So she will be the one to beat, no doubt. So it'll be Muller in 7, Moko in 3, and Lu in lane 1. First heat of 4, women's 400 metres, T11. Complete visual impairment. Well, there's a shot of the rain you just saw a moment or two ago.
On your marks.
Now with this as well, it does take a little bit of time for the guide to get the athletes set in position, to make sure their hands are in the correct start position, to make sure the athlete is comfortable on the blocks. And then, of course, the guide themselves will then have to also get themselves into a parallel position. Guide running, it's all about the synchronicity and how well they work with the guide and the athlete together. There's that tether I was talking about that's just being marshalled on there from Chen Shengming, who is the guide of Luku Quing. Wonderful camera work to show us that.
Set.
First heat, women's 400 metres, T11 of 4 is underway. And starting strongly, as you expect, Luku Quing. Now, on the outside, Moko, looks like her and a guide are struggling somewhat there, trying to find that synchronicity I talked about, but they've found it now, and they've flown past the outside of Camilla Muller. Now, the first in this heat does go through to the semi-finals. After that, we'll be looking at the fastest qualifiers to go through. Luku Quing is trying to come up on the inside there of Juliana Moko. Now, the lactic acid burn starts to hit you about here, and it's getting Moko at the moment. And Luku Quing is looking very smooth. It doesn't matter about the time in this race here, as long as you finish in first position. You can see to your left of the screen there that Moko is slightly tightening up somewhat, so it'll be difficult for her to get that last 50 metres through, but I'm sure she'll manage it there. But Luku Quing, she'll head across the line there. 59.09 is the time from Luku Quing, so a fairly comfortable race for her, 3 seconds or so outside that world record from China back in 2018 in Beijing, and also that Paralympic record set in 2020 in Tokyo. And there's confirmation of the time. 59.09. Luku Quing wins the opening heat of the women's 400 metres, T11.
59.09 donc pour l'athlète de la Chine, Liu Quing.
The 400 metres is a very, very hard event, and the lactic acid burn towards the end really gets you.
Well, no matter how much you might ease up at the end of a 400, it's still going to hurt, and you can really see just the athletes trying to recover. And that's so important when it comes to the heats. They've got the finals to focus on, and we could very much see you tweaking, cruising over the line there. Her guide would have been informing her that she had qualification securely wrapped up with that performance. They won't be celebrating for long. The focus will be regained for that final. She'll be hoping to get closer to that season's best and potentially towards that Paralympic record.
So there it is, 59.09 automatic qualification for Luku Quing, 103.78 season best for Moko, and she'll now wait to see if she can go through as one of those fastest qualifiers, as will Camila Muller. Tabamamian did not start.
Rawa qui est également la détentrice du record du monde. Elle réalise 9,67 m sur ce troisième essai. 10,40 m restera donc sa meilleure performance pour le moment réalisée lors du deuxième essai. Elle occupe la tête du concours devant l'Ouzbek Kubaro Kakimova avec 10,36 m. Et l'argent pour l'Argentine, Antonella Ruiz Diaz avec 9,40 m.
Vasila Mirziova of Uzbekistan. She's the double world champion. That pit looks very inviting, and she's jumped straight into it with a very, very good jump. Now, the T11 long jump is possibly one of the most difficult sports for an athlete to actually do. Now, they have to have complete silence as everyone is trying to get it there, and the athlete, you can see, is guided in, and the guide claps. Now, that big board you see there, it doesn't matter where you take off from on that board, your mark is taken from that takeoff area on the board. So you can see the assistant, the guide, you can see how close it is when they move at the last minute there to get out of the way, because they have to guide the athlete in. Mirziova, well, what about that? 5:22 with her opening jump has broken the Paralympic record that was stood since 1996. Absolutely incredible. Now you heard the guide there who claps her in. Sometimes the athletes move slightly. And I always say, if you're not too sure about this, put yourself a blindfold on and run in a park and see if someone can clap you and you can try and get to them. Why wouldn't you take a video of it? It is absolutely spectacular watching T11 long jump. So the mark is taken from where she jumps on that white board. So it doesn't matter if you jump 2 foot towards the back of it, the mark will be taken from there where it is taken from. So slightly different, obviously, to when you see long jump with the plasticine. You don't have that. The left of the screen there, you see that white square. Wherever you jump from on that board, that is where your mark will be taken from in T11 para-athletics long jump. So 5:12 for her second jump, at 5:22 with that Paralympic record. Ortez Purification set that back in Atlanta, 1996. What an athlete Mirziova is.
Et du côté du lancer du disque féminin, catégorie F55, Saxi Kasana pour l'Inde est en train de s'installer. Et actuellement, le concours est mené par Rosa Maria Guerrero Casares pour le Mexique avec 25,81 m. Devant la Marocaine Noreguda El Kaoui avec 23,42 m.
Second heat in the women's 400 metres T11, complete visual impairment. And aren't we seeing some great stuff here on this opening morning session? Day one of 10 days in the para-athletics here at the Paralympic Games. Underway with a wonderful opening ceremony on Wednesday evening. And the sports which we're seeing across the board at the Paralympic Games here at Paris 2024 is absolutely superb. There is Merzirova of Uzbekistan, who we just saw. I'll tell you why she's lining up there now, because she's going in this as well. Break a Paralympic record in one discipline, then move across and run at 400 meters. Some competitor. Now, she won silver, by the way, in that long jump back in Tokyo 2020. She's in first position at the moment. She won gold in the long jump in the last two World Para-Athletics Championships. She's also the Asian Para Games champion. She's in 4 events here at these Paralympic Games. And because she's in 4 events, and you can't always get the scheduling completely correct for every single athlete, she's had to move across from the long jump. She'll come over, she'll now do the 400 meters, and then move back and into the long jump picture again. So it just takes a couple of seconds for this to get ourselves in position. There are 3 scheduled to go. Hei Shanshan, Laia Ishitili and Asila Merzirova. China, Namibia, Uzbekistan. Heat number 2, women's 400 meters T11. So as Merzirova waits, we had silence in the background there because there was one of her fellow competitors going in the long jump, but we're now set for this second heat. Complete visual impairment needs silence for athletes, especially in those jumping events, so that they can hear the guide who claps them into the pit, or jumping or throwing or whatever it may be. But here with this, they run with the guide, compulsory to run with the guide. And there are 3 who will be going in this one.
La première de chaque série et les 4 meilleurs temps seront qualifiés pour les demi-finales. Au couloir 7, pour l'Ouzbékistan, Asila
Merzirova.
Guidée par Abdouroukid.
She's going in the 100, 200, 400, which we see here, and she's already in the long jump this morning as well, breaking a Paralympic record. Laia Ishitili of Namibia, 6th place in the last 2 Paralympic Games. She won silver last year at the World Para-Athletics Championships and bronze in Kobe earlier this year. Hei Shanshan, silver in Kobe over 1,500 meters. She was silver in this event at the Asian Para Games 2 years ago. She'll go in lane 3.
On your marks.
So from the time the starter says on your marks, it does take a little bit of toing and froing to get the athlete in place. The guide, because of the complete visual impairment, needs to set the thumbs and fingers to make sure they're in a position on the blocks, and then you see that yellow, red and blue tether. That is a wonderful shot of it. Must remain tethered at all times. They're given 2 lanes, and you have to make sure the athlete finishes before the guide.
Set.
So underway in the second heat of the women's 400 metres T11, 2 of 4, 3 in this. Hei Shanshan in 3, Ishatilla of Namibia in 5, and Mirziyoyeva of Uzbekistan goes in lane 7. And I can tell you Mirziyoyeva in the background is just jogging through there, so I think she's saving herself some time for that long jump that she's competing in as well. But flying out is Ishatilla, who was sick for the past 2 Paralympic Games. Hei Shanshan is doing her best on the inside to catch up with it. Now here's where the gap may be closed somewhat when the lactic acid starts to build up here, but Ishatilla of Namibia looks like she's in fine form there, but can she hold on to get through in that automatic qualification position? She's moving down the inside and she looks like she's going to get there. She's good 7 or 8 metres ahead of Hei Shanshan. Ishatilla takes it in 57.73 and it is Hei Shanshan in second position, and Mirziyoyeva we'll see coming through in the background in a moment or two's time, but it is Hei who comes in second. Ishatilla who wins the second heat of the women's 400 metres T11. So Mirziyoyeva, she comes across the line there in third position. Competing in 4 events here is Mirziyoyeva, but there's your winner. Leia Ishatilla qualifies in 57.73 and she'll move through to the semi-finals automatically.
It was an incredibly fast performance. Absolutely storming from the blocks, Ishatilla. You just see on the back straight, or the final straight here, just starting to tie up ever so slightly. The stride got a little bit shorter and the lead was closing, but it doesn't matter. It's the first across the line that qualifies. Times don't matter. That said, it was still quick. 57.73. It's a very fast time to be setting in the heats when not under the pressure. So come to final, to know what we're going to see coming from the Namibian.
Well, the world record's 56 on the dot and 56.25 for the actual Paralympic record, so that was a quick race. 57.73, a new lifetime best there in second for Hei Shanshan of 58.86. She should be through to those semi-finals. Mirziyoyeva, though, she's got plenty to concentrate on herself, so she won't be worried about too much in the 400 metres T11.
Vous retrouvez sur l'écran géant le classement provisoire de la finale du saut longueur féminin catégorie T11 avec notamment en tête avec 5,22 m et le record paralympique Asila Mirziyoyeva qui vient de réaliser un 400 mètres de décrassage, nous disions. Et puis en seconde position, la chinoise Guoa Zhu avec 4,91 m, sa meilleure performance de la saison.
Women's shot put. F41 for short stature category in the women's. And that is Antonella Ruiz Diaz of Argentina. Bronze medalist in Tokyo 2020. She's the reigning Pan American Games champion from Santiago in Chile last year. Kakamova and Tilili are currently ahead of her. 8.87, so 9.45 remains her season best. She's in third position at the moment, is Ruiz Diaz of Argentina. Tilili leads the way from Kakamova. Ruiz Diaz currently in the bronze medal position.
Tilili leads the way at the moment with a 10 metres 40. It's a season's best, not far off that Paralympic record of 10.55.
Third heat of the women's 400 metres T11 complete visual impairment. 4 to go in total in the heats. This, the penultimate one. Automatic winner goes through to the semi-finals, and then after that we'll find the next 4 fastest across the heats to go through to the semi-finals. This is how we look for this one. There are 3 to go. Simplicio de Silva of Brazil, Mazur of Poland, and Tam Nawong of Thailand goes out in lane 7.
Avec 10,55 m réalisé lors des Jeux Paralympiques de Tokyo en 2020.
Well, the rain has certainly slightened off now. It's a bit brighter here in the stadium. There's a little bit of rain still falling, but there is a magnificent crowd in here on the opening morning session of these Para-Athletics Championships here at Paris 2024 Paralympic Games.
It's time for heat 3 of the women's T11 400 metres.
La première de la série et les 4 meilleurs temps de l'ensemble des séries qui se qualifieront pour les demi-finales. Au couloir 7 pour la
Thaïlande, Tam Nawong,
Nawong,
who's also competed in elite paracycling. She won bronze in 2019 in Dubai at the Worlds. Joanna Mazur, gold in the 1500 metres in London 2017. She won the 2019 Polish edition of the TV show Dancing with the Stars. She'll go in lane number 5. And in lane 3, the silver medalist in the 200 and 400 Tokyo 2020 is Thalitia Vittoria Simplicio de Silva. She is also the Parapan American Games gold medalist from last year in Chile.
400 metres.
On your marks.
So this is the third heat of 4. One more after this one, and it is the first place who automatically goes through to the semi-finals. After that, we'll be looking for the 4 fastest lucky losers to advance through with those automatic qualifiers who win their heats. Complete visual impairment, tether, linking guide to the athlete. Away at the first time of asking him, very fast to get away there was Simplicio de Silva of Brazil on the inside, but she's doing some work now. Suniporm Tam Nawong on the outside got away fast, but she's being reeled in now by the Brazilian. Joanna Mazur just trying to maintain her form through the middle there and see if she can do something in the last 200 metres as she takes in third position at present. So the gap has been narrowed. Simplicio de Silva, silver medalist by name and silver medalist at Tokyo 2020 in both this event and the 200 metres, but she's looking strong at the moment as they move around into the last 100. She opens up a gap of around 10 metres or so, and she should be able to cruise through to go across the finishing line in that automatic qualification position. The shock of red hair alongside her guide there in Felipe Veloso de Silva, and 58.96 is the time she goes across in. In second position it is Tam Nawong of Thailand, and Joanna Mazur in third position with Mikhail Stavitsky, her guide, in that third position there. So it'll all be about the times now for those last 2 who went through, but there's no doubt whatsoever about our winner. Thalita Vittoria Simplicio de Silva, 58.96, she qualifies through fastest. So handshakes all round. But that lady is definitely through in 58.96 to the semi-finals. She looks to improve on those last 2 silver medals at Tokyo 2020 in both this event and the 200 metres.
Well, it was a controlled race, wasn't it, by the Brazilian. Not the quickest out of the blocks, but certainly the quickest when it came to the final 400 metres. And that was just a controlled execution of what is such a tough race, the 400 metres. So hard to pace. It's pretty much all out. Yet not quite. Just holding a little bit back to cruise over the finish line of 58.96. Again, I think we could see a bit more when it comes to the final coming from Simplicio da Silva. 57.45 her best this year, so just a second and a half outside of that. But still, 400 meters, however much you ease up at the end, it hurts.
Certainly does. So Thalita Vitória Simplicio da Silva goes through, and also Tamna Wong, because we're down to the penultimate heat of 4, has qualified as one of those 4 lucky ones to go through to the semi-finals in 1:02.95. So she definitely goes through to the semi-finals. We have 1 heat left to go, and then we'll work out the rest.
Côté du saut en longueur dans la catégorie T11, le saut ne sera pas mesuré pour cet athlète. Vous noterez que le saut est finalement mesuré. Ce sera donc une petite performance pour cet athlète.
So the final heat of the women's 400 metres T11.
Down in the shot put F41 final, just 4 centimetres separate to Lily. Kakmimova in second place, both with a season best and an Asian area record already.
3 going in this one. 1 automatically will qualify through, and then we'll see if the second and third place have enough to get through to the semi-finals.
Juste à côté de l'aire de lancer de poids, c'est le temps dont dispose chaque athlète pour effectuer son jet.
Few dots of rain, nothing like it was earlier. Meanwhile, the women's long jump T11, we saw a Paralympic record from Vasila Merzierova with her opening jump that stood since Atlanta 1996. Complete visual impairment. She's the reigning world champion, silver in Tokyo 2020. And that looks like a decent enough jump as well. Now remember that board to your left, the white board you see, anywhere the athlete jumps from on there, the mark is taken from that position. That's why the board is so much bigger, because the athlete jumps from on the board, and wherever they go from, whether it be towards the front or at the back, that's where the mark is measured from. The guide has such an important job to do, to not only get out of the way and make sure he or she doesn't get hit there, but to make sure they guide the athlete in. It is imperative they have great communication and that the crowd are silent when they do it. There's your measuring equipment, done electronically. So 5:22, 5:12, 5:19, doesn't improve on that opening jump, but she does stay in first position, does the Uzbekistani.
Cela augure certainement d'une grosse performance lors de ces 3 prochains essais.
Et retour sur la piste avec la 4e et dernière série du 400 mètres féminin T11.
It's time for the final women's T11 400 meter heat, heat 4.
So in lane 7, women's 400 meters T11, the fourth and final hit to go. It is Julia Carol dos Santos, who was 5th back in Tokyo 2020. Ionas Diana Salcida Rodriguez, who was 4th in the World Parathletics Championships last year here in the city of Paris. She won silver in the Pan American Games last year in Chile and Santiago. And from Venezuela, Irene Alejandra Suarez Delgado. Bronze over the 1500 meters at the Pan American Games last year.
This is heat 4 of the women's T11 400 meters.
So a reminder that the first place automatically qualifies, and then once we've rounded everything up, we'll have the next 4 fastest across the 4 heats that go through to the semi-finals. And if you are new to para sports, it does take a little bit of time for the athletes to get themselves set at the beginning. The guide is imperative to their performance. It is complete visual impairment at this category. Eye patches needed, mask, or dark glasses needed to be strategically positioned on the face as well.
Set.
Away in the final heat of 4 in the women's 400 metres T11 category. And they're evenly spaced as they head around the opening 100 metres. Dos Santos got away quick from Brazil, but she's being dragged in by Salcida Rodriguez of Colombia, who was 5th in the Kobe Paralympics World Championships back in Japan in May. And at the moment, given the bend, they're very evenly spaced. So it's only going to be the first who automatically goes through, but really making up some ground now is Salcida Rodriguez. But here's where the burn starts to happen. The crowd try and roar them home. Can the legs get them across the line? In first position, it is Julia Carol dos Santos, but here comes Salcida Rodriguez to try and catch her. Is she going to bid there? I don't think she's going to make it. It's going to be Brazil who go across in first position, and it is Dos Santos of Brazil in 59.59. I think, though, that Salcida Rodriguez might sneak in as one of the fastest qualifiers through to the semi-finals in second position, and coming through in third position there. It is the Venezuelan in Suarez Delgado. Dos Santos, she held her form as she went through. 59.99 I should say, and Salcida Rodriguez, she has gone through as one of the lucky losers through to those semi-finals. But there's your winner, Julia Carol dos Santos of Brazil.
Well, that was an exciting race, wasn't it? It looked as though coming through so fast on the inside that Salcida Rodriguez was going to really threaten that lead from Dos Santos, but Dos Santos in those final 50 metres found an extra surge and just managed to maintain that lead and secure that place. However, as we have now seen and know that Salcida Rodriguez is also through to that final, so the time was important for the Colombian, but comfortable for Dos Santos. Closest finish we've seen in these heats, and very fast running indeed. Another athlete to go under that 1 minute marker. Great running by the Brazilian.
Well, fantastic performance of 59.59. Synchronicity on the track and in the timing as well. And going through along with her is Salcido Rodriguez, who qualifies through to the semi-finals from heat number 4. And that means that we now have our field set for the semi-finals. Ishitili with the fastest time of 57.73. And Moko with a season best there, 103.78, also going through. Hei Shan qualified. She didn't win hers, but she went through with a lifetime best of 58.86 behind Ishitili in that heat. So in third position, it is Antonella Ruiz Diaz of Argentina. This here is her final attempt. She's got some work to do, and she's not going to have enough. Here's the current Pan American Games champion. She fouls with her final attempt. You see there, she just oversteps the mark. It is slippery out there. You have to remember that whether they're sliding or whether they're turning, it is a very slippery area out there when the rain does come down. It makes it problematic. So 9.58 is season best for the Argentine, and she takes the bronze medal. So there are 2 left to go in that women's shot put F41 final for those of shorter stature, but plenty more happening as well down the opposite end. Because we've got the women's 5,000 metres T54. We've seen T11 men on the track. This is the strongest of the wheelchair categories. If you've never seen T54 wheelchair racing or wheelchair racing of any description, you are going to love this.
Et dans cette épreuve du 100 000 mètres T54 femmes, les 5 premières de chaque.
So there are 6 to go in this,
Directement en finale.
Including that lady on the outside you see there.
Représentant les États-Unis d'Amérique.
Susanna Scaroni, the Paralympic champion and world and Paralympic record holder.
Susanna Scaroni.
Madison de Rosario, she won the gold medal in the marathon, did the Australian in Tokyo 2020, and also over the 800 metres in Tokyo. Eden Rainbow Cooper, she was 4th last year in the World Paralympics Championships. Tian Yuan, she's the reigning world champion from China. And Santos Rocha, who took bronze in Kobe earlier in the year, and Patricia H's of Switzerland. In the black cap there and white shirt, looking to collect a first medal at a major championship. She's going in 4 events here. So it'll be the first 5 who go through. So there are only 6 in this, so it may not be, the speed might not be on. It'll be about conserving for some of those athletes who know that they can get through to that final. So it'll be 12.5 laps. just saw the world and Paralympic records there, which are held by Susanna Scaroni. I don't know if they'll be under threat in this, with 5 of the 6 automatically going through to the final. But it will be very, very interesting to see how this race pans out from a tactics point of view, Heather.
It really will. And on paper, we have over a minute in the difference of the season's best this year. However, like you said, Tolson, we don't expect to see such a variety in the performance. It could come down to a bit of a sprint at the end, or if the group does break up and they are a group of 5 or less, then that leading group will just control themselves. But at the moment, they're just finding that rhythm. The 6 athletes will be looking to just potentially take it in turns and do a bit of drafting. You do get such a benefit by being behind another athlete in this situation. But it is Scaroni who's doing the work at the front at the moment.
Yeah, Scaroni out from Madison de Rosario. I'm just going to ask you, in this situation with these, is it a bit of psychology finishing in first or second or wherever it may be ahead of people as you head towards the final?
I mean, these athletes will very much know their competitors' ability, they know their competitors' form of this year and what they're capable of. And then it just means that they'll know who's worked the hardest and who's saved a little bit extra for the final. And you never quite know what each nation and each team's preparation has been like. So it's a little bit of a testing of seeing just who is going to be the one to watch in the final and who might have been working on a certain element of their race. But I'd say at this point, we're just sort of sussing each other out a little bit, but also trying to make it as comfortable as possible for themselves to save as much. As a lot of these athletes we'll see competing in the other distances throughout these 10 days. So it really is a matter of pacing, not just this race, but pacing yourself for the overall schedule.
Well, it's Madison de Rosario, the Australian, who's out in front at the moment. She became the first athlete representing Australia to win 4 career gold medals at the any para sport when she won the Commonwealth Games in the 1500 and other events, and just really put herself on the mark. But she's an absolute champion of her country. But they're all taking turns at the moment to go to the front, because I think it might come down in the end to a sprint over 800 metres, because they know that 5 people go through. The ones who have got the energy and they want to conserve that energy for a final, well, they'll just take their time and they'll look at making sure they get themselves in a position where they're not going to have to expend too much. So they'll all have a bit of a go at it. Scaroni had taken the lead early on, and then de Rosario had a go. They're all sort of moving into position to have a bit of a clunky look at it from the front, and then see if someone else will come around the outside and perhaps give them a little bit of a rest. But at the moment, it is Eden Rainbow Cooper, the 23-year-old from Great Britain, who takes them across with 9 laps to go. Still a bit of water on the track, as you can see, but the rain was really coming down heavy before, but it's now coming down a lot lighter than it was a little bit earlier on. Now, one of the important things in this T54 or any wheelchair category, you don't want to be too wide, and some of them got wide, and as some of them went wide then, the ones at the front thought, you know what, I'm going to put a bit of pace on here and see if we can split us and get us into a position where we're not going to have to worry too much about qualification. And it's Susanna Scaroni, the world and Paralympic record holder, the Paralympic champion, who took out from the front and has moved out into the front again, moving down into the home straight. And there's a couple who have dropped off the back. And I'll tell you what, the interesting race at the end of this might be between the 2 at the back as to who gets that final automatic qualification position. There are 8 laps to go. Scaroni has the lead at present, and Patricia Aitchis is in 2nd position. So women's shot put F41 final is continuing. They are towards the end of it. And it is Raoul Tilili, who has won 4 Paralympic shot put golds, 2 Paralympic discus golds, and she is on line to become the most decorated Tunisian Paralympian in history. She knows she's done it. She makes it a 5th Paralympic shot put gold she now surpasses Maha Boulaguer, who won 6 gold medals in para-athletics between 2000 and 2004. She's won the gold medal. She's done it again. She is an absolute champion in the women's shot put F41 category. A season best of 10.40 with her second throw. It didn't matter. She already holds the world and Paralympic records that she set in Tokyo 2020. She is again the shot put champion in the F41 class. Rawa Talili of Tunisia. Season best 10.40. The fans are ecstatic. Just have a look at that. Absolutely thrilled. Up to the coach. And Talili, there's absolutely nothing that she hasn't done. A superstar of the sport, Rawa Talili, again, a gold medalist. Her 5th Paralympic shot put gold. So the T54 women's 5,000 metres. Opening round continues. And out in front is Madison De Rosario. There are 3 out in front. And there is a splinter with the next 3 all spaced evenly around 50 or 60 metres apart. So the 3 at the front, well, they might have a look at each other here and say, do you know what, we'll just take turns as we head around, because they'll be well out in front. There are 5 laps remaining, so 2,000 metres, 2 kilometres, whichever way you want to look at it. And Scaroni has now gone out in front, the Paralympic champion, world Paralympic record holder. Patricia H.S. of Switzerland is in 3rd position there. Now H.S. is interesting. She's competing in the 800, the 1500, the 5,000 here, and also the marathon on the final day of competition. Hasn't collected a medal at a major championship, so she will be keen to come up with something here at Paris 2024. Absolutely no doubt about that. So there's a group of 3 out in front here. What do they do, Heather?
Well, you just could see there Scaroni looking up at the big screen, and no doubt she would have just been having a little glance at where the rest of the field are. Being in the lead at the front there, she's setting the pace, but she doesn't need to worry about that pace. They have opened up such a lead, like you said, Tolson. But she's just happy staying safe. She is doing the majority of the work. I mean, Madison De Rosario is very much enjoying that draft, as is Patricia Yukas, just meaning that they'll be putting a little bit less effort. But Susanna Scaroni, so experienced, she will know what she's doing at the front, and if she feels she's working too hard, she'd back the pace off and let the others come round her. But they're not looking to do any of the work at the moment, and just letting the American set that pace, keep them in a comfortable position. And that is the advantage of these longer distance races. When you've got the big screens, you can look up and actually see what's going on behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're just rolling along, aren't they? I think Scaroni's just said there on the inside to Patricia H.S., you can have a go. Yeah,
I think that was a little bit of a conversation going on. It's almost like a peloton that you would see on the road. She's not willing to do all the work herself.
Absolutely, and all the athletes, all 3 athletes there will be looking at themselves and saying, well, do you know what, ladies, we're in a position here where we are going to qualify anyway, so we don't have to be too bothered. And with this, it's not about lane positions either, is it, when you come into the T54 and the 5,000 metres? So it's all about just making sure you get yourself across with no damage done, with no injuries, with no falls, and to make sure that you just finish that race and get there in those automatic qualification positions, which those 3 out in front at the moment are certainly going to do, assuming there are no incidents that happen. So De Rosario now moves back to the front, and she'll move down in the lead. H.S. there and Scaroni, and they're just cruising themselves through nice and easy at the moment. When they come down, they'll have 2 laps left to complete, 800 metres, and they don't think we're too bothered about who comes through in which position there, first, second or third. They'll automatically go through to that final with 5 going through. And there is a lot of these athletes who are competing in multiple events in that T54 category, and you'll see a lot of them in the marathon on the final day of competition. So when they can get a chance to conserve energy in there across 3 or 4 events, it's an important time for them to be able to do those type of things.
Well, the system we've seen them doing, so the leader just coming out wide and dropping back, it's gone through and off. You can see that in cycling. But it's interesting, Scaroni is doing a little bit more work to go back to the front there, and maybe she does want to cross the line first, because she is just putting the pace down now, and you can see that gap with Madison de Rosario not yet reacting. 1 lap to go, and it looks as though Susanna Scaroni would quite like to qualify in first position.
Yeah, well, I think it's always about that psychological advantage that say, do you know what, I finished in first position, you finished in second, and you finished in third. So I think she's such a competitor, is Susanna Scaroni, that she wants to be and say, look, I'm the Paralympic champion, I've got the world record, I've got the Paralympic record, and I'm going to stay in front of everyone else. And even if it's in a heat, to go through to that final, she wants to be in first position at the end of it, so she can feel that adrenaline rush and feel that she's in control of the situation. So De Rosario there in second position, HS in third, but this lady here, Susanna Scaroni, she is the reigning Paralympic champion, and she goes across 11:38.34 is the time she goes across in, so that is a long way, 1 minute and 13 seconds outside her own world record. So she had no issues there about anything to worry about that. It was just a case of going through, and she finishes on the far side and she's straight down the tunnel. I think she wants to go on. She's hanging around over there, but she's won it. 11:38.34 for Scaroni. Madison de Rosario there as well, and Patricia HS. Tian Yuan has also moved through, as has Tian at 12:13.81, and Eden Rainbow Cooper of Great Britain, the young 23-year-olds, also qualified as well. The crowd really getting behind the Brazilian Helene dos Santos Roca. It's great to see as they cheer her home across that line. So she finishes in 6th position. There's your winner through to the final. Susanna Scaroni, 11:38.34 in the women's 5,000 metres T54. The first of 2 heats to take place. We'll have another one imminently, but no issues for the reigning Paralympic champion.
That was the move by the American. Mind games at play very much in this qualification race. Over a minute slower than her personal best, so we know very much within herself, but still just wanting to put down an impression, make her mark on this race. Susanna Scaroni, a class act indeed, and just reminding Madison de Rosario and Patricia Yucas that if they're going to be competitive in the final, they're going to have to up their game.
Well, that lady ups her game all the time. Susanna Scaroni, she wasn't at the Worlds back in Kobe earlier this year. She's here at the Paralympics. She goes through first. De Rosario, HS, Tian and Rainbow Cooper are the 5 who automatically qualify to the final of the women's 5,000 metres T54. There's that rain. It's coming down again, a little bit heavier than earlier. It did come down, then it stopped, and it's coming down again. I think we can manage for one day. It's not set to be like this over the next few days, as far as my meteorological maps tell me.
Well, let's hope they're correct, Olsen.
Don't quote me on it.
But it hasn't restricted the amount of records that we've seen so far. It doesn't seem to be affecting their performances here in the Stade de France.
You know what, though? It doesn't matter about a bit of rain. The venue itself is just taking away from that, and as you said, records are tumbling. Talking of records, Ayala Didai of Italy is next to go.
2020 Paralympic silver medalist from Ukraine.
Didai, the world champion from 2017 in London. Just missed out on the medal at the World Para-Athletics Championships last year. She finished 4th.
Champion from Australia.
Didai's first was 4:55 with her opener.
2023 world bronze medalist from the People's Republic of China.
Then she had a foul, and then it was 4:47 after that. The season best, by the way, that 4:55. 4:51 she jumped before that.
Reigning Paralympic champion and world record holder from Colombia.
Now, she's just waiting over there because they need a silence when they're doing the T11 long jump. So if you're wondering what's the reason here for this slight hold-up, PA system just announcing some athletes, and that's why they just have to wait for that to be finished and then move on to that T11 long jump, the complete visual impairment category. The guide ever so important in that, to make sure that the way that they clap the athlete in and make sure they're running in the correct direction. You know, I have seen incidents before where athletes move off to the side and they can't be stopped, and they've jumped too late and they've ended up hitting the side of a pit, and it can actually injure yourself. So it's the correct thing to do for her assistant there, to just wait for the crowd noise to stop, and then it'll be worrying about that there. The lady who was presented with the Colonna d'Oro, which is the highest honour from the Italian National Olympic Committee back in 2017. Not Paralympics, from the Olympic Committee. Eduardo Bazzari is the man there who's the guide. Just getting her set. She won gold, by the way, at the 2014 Italian Para-Dance Sport Championships in Rimini, in Italy. So she's a multi-talented lady. 6 Italian national baseball titles, playing for Thunder 5 in Milan. So if you think she's just a para-athlete in athletics, you are wrong. Now she needs to find herself about 22 centimetres. And she just jumped, you can see she jumped from just at the edge of the board at the back. Now that will go from right on the edge of the board. So if they don't make it onto the board in this T11 category, it will go from the back of the board, the furthest point to measure from. You'll just see her feet here when she jumps, and just before the edge of it, so it will go from the back of the board. Now, if you are new to para-athletics and long jumping, especially in T11, the bigger board there, wherever they jump from, the mark is taken from where they jump from on that board. That is why it's a bigger board. You don't have the plasticine at the edge because it's complete visual impairment, and the guide is as important to make sure that they help them into the pit. So 4:47, she equals the jump in number 3, so she stays in 4th position, but that season best remains at 4:55 from the opening jump for Ayala Didai of Italy. So Mercy Rover, Zhu and Garcia Falligan are the top 3 at present. Didai in 4th. Women's 5,000 metres T54. Second heat of 2.
Place à la deuxième série du 5000 mètres femmes catégorie T54.
There are 6 going in this one.
Médaille d'argent lors des derniers
Same as the first
à Paris en
heat.
2023, représentant la Suisse.
5 will go through.
Manuela.
Rain coming down, but it will not hinder the athletes. Catherine de Bruyne, world champion last year in Paris in the 400, 800, 1500 and 5,000 metres. And she's the gold medalist in the 400 metres from Tokyo. Marie Menya, silver in Kobe back in May. She also represented Germany in para cross-country skiing. Jenna Fessemeyer, 7th in Tokyo 2020. Shauna Bouquet of Crockwell in County Galway in Ireland. Vanessa Cristina de Souza, who was 8th back in Tokyo 2020. And Manuela Schär. She's doing the marathon. She was silver in the 1,500 metres and 5,000 metres, plus that marathon in 2020. And she won gold in the 400 and 800 metres in Tokyo 2020. It's quite some collection from those games for the Swiss lady. So 6 will go. 5 will go through to the final. The question is, which 5 will it be that go through in the women's 5,000 metres T54? Second heat of 2. 12.5 laps. The rain has started to come down a little bit heavier. Maybe not quite as apparent on your television screens. But it shouldn't be an issue for athletes who are quite experienced in training in very, very different conditions. It's a type of thing you have to do, Heather, in any sport, is that when it rains, you have to go out and still train in it. It doesn't make any difference.
You certainly do, and sometimes these conditions can actually play into the hands of those athletes that maybe train more at home if they live in the Northern Hemisphere, in the poorer climates, I could say. I mean, speaking from personal experience coming from the UK, any athletes who train there will be well used to the rain. But obviously, a lot of their training will be done on training camps and abroad. But when you're in a stadium like this, you're probably not even noticing the rain. The atmosphere will be lifting these athletes, and they'll just be concentrating. It'll be great to get out of the starting block, so to speak, and the first track event of these Paralympic Games. They've waited 3 years since Tokyo, and it'll be nice just to get those nerves out of the way and the competition underway. And it was Manuela Schär who just wanted to get things going, and you can see she's moved out wide, and that's just to allow Catherine de Bruyne to come through and do a little bit of the work at the front. And we saw this in the previous heat. The athletes just sharing the workload early on in this qualification.
Yeah, Fessemeyer has been dropped off the back already. So I mentioned about 5 automatically going through, and Fessemeyer, the American, has been dropped off the back. He finished 7th in Tokyo 2020, so she's a good 100 metres or so back already. So at this stage, we look like we've got our 5 who will go through, barring any catastrophes and breakdowns and things that may happen. There's our 5 at the moment, so it's going to be one of those things again to see who wants to finish perhaps in first place. We'll work that one out as we go further along, but at the moment, doing it nice and handy out in front is Catherine de Bruyne, who knows a thing or two about winning gold medals, and Manuela Schär also in there as well. There's a raft of medals amongst those two over the years. Good to see the young Irish athlete as well, only 20 years of age, Shauna Bouquet, who's currently in 3rd position in that group there in the green shirt, white helmet, just behind those the two at the front in the red of Manuela Schär and Catherine de Bruyne there, the 2 Swiss athletes just taking turns in what they're doing, and Menya's in there amongst it as well. So Menya's gone to the front now, the youngster who's a represented Germany, of course, in para cross-country skiing as well. So the women's long jump does continue. This is the T11. Complete visual impairment category. It's a wonderful event. I love watching this. There's such work that goes into it, such precision required. Season best of 491 with her opener for Zhu in second position. This is the fourth attempt. And she's had to stop there. I think there's just too much noise in the background, and her assistant, her guide, has pulled her up very quickly there, because now there is a time limit on this for the athletes, but there's plenty of time for them to get back into position and to get herself set for the jump. All of a sudden there, you just noticed there was a roar from the crowd as she was heading down that runway, and it can be very, very painful. You notice there's no boards to the side of the pits there. They don't have any of those hoardings on the side, because it can be a very painful ending for athletes if they do have them there and they run into them. Now she's got, you can see there, 27 seconds remaining, so plenty of time to go. Well, it's a legal jump. Maybe not the jump she was after. It will be measured from where she takes off on the board. But there's so much swirling around, Heather, when it comes to doing these jumps for the athlete to contend with.
I mean, that is such trust, isn't it, in your coach and your assistant, and that slow motion just shows how close the assistant has to time that, to jump out of the way in literally such a few milliseconds to spare on that occasion.
By the way, that just shows you the T11s, you have to have those eye patches on underneath the mask. It has to be, it's a compulsory part of this. So 4:11 for Zhu. She doesn't improve, but she does stay in second position. You just saw she didn't get that lift off the board then when she jumped. I don't think she was ready to be jumping at that point. It was almost like, well, I thought there was going to be another couple of steps before I got the call to jump. Now here's the lady who's in first position, a Paralympic record with her very first jump of 5:22, breaking the mark set back in Atlanta 1996 by Spain's Ortiz Purification. That was 5:07. So she'll be up in a moment. Now these are the guides, assistants, whichever you want to call them. You do have two in the long jump, one there to set you off and one who's down clapping the athletes in. I have seen an assistant, a guide at the pit who's actually been run into a couple of times. I've seen other ones it's happened to. It does happen. It's part and parcel of it. Now you can see their silence is being called for. That's the problem here with the T54 event going on the track. They're asking for silence for these athletes because they have to hear the clapping and the guiding from the assistant down there. So Merzierova double world champion, silver in Tokyo 2020. She has the Paralympic record. That's a long jump, and it was from way back as well. It wasn't even on that board. Now, it will be taken from the edge of that board by Asila Merzierova. One family, all right, Uzbekistan at the moment, they are absolutely thrilling in this Paralympic record, but how long is this one here? Now, just watch where she jumps from. Now, she's not even onto that board, but they'll bring it forward, so she's lost probably 15 centimeters or so by not getting to the edge of that board. So that means they'll take it from the back of that board and then they'll measure it to the point of where her heels landed there. She fell forward, that was fine. You can see there, they're looking at where the guide's showing her where she's jumped from, and he's showing her how much distance she's actually lost there by not making it to the board. And that makes some difference. Now, she's jumped 489 there. If you take into account probably 15 or 20 centimeters, she's further along, back up towards that Paralympic record. T54, 5,000 meters continues on the track. It is his second heat of 2 in the women's event. Top 5 go through automatically, and if you're wondering why that is, it's a quirk of the system. There are 12 competing across the 2 heats. There'll be 10 that go in that final. At the moment, there are 4 out in front, and the rest have been dropped off. We have one more far, far away, and we also have one who's decided to call it quits. I think it's the Brazilian in there, De Souza, who may well have fallen off the back and decided that she's had enough for one day. But as it is, there's a group over there with Shauna Bouquet, with Susanna Scaroni, has gone out, and she is well out in front. She's spliced the field, and she's 200 metres back there. And Shauna Bouquet leads that group there. So it was Vanessa Cristina De Souza. She's having a few problems with the chair there. Now these conditions there can cause issues. You can see there the grip. The athletes, those gloves, if they can't get the grip and they can't get things working as they want, then it's the equivalent of having a mechanical breakdown in a car, and she's just had one on her wheelchair there. So Shauna Bouquet is at the front of that group of 4 that we see there.
Well, that means, they're comfortable. You can see the conversation still going on between the 4. They've dropped their 5th member. That didn't really matter. It wasn't going to affect the team dynamics, or I should say the competitors' dynamics. They're working as a team at the moment. But it does mean that Jenna Fessemeier, who we saw off the back at the start, did see herself in 6th place outside of that qualification as a result of the DNF from Vanessa Cristina De Souza. It's actually meant that the American just has to complete this 5,000 meters, and she will then make it into the final. So that definitely means that this 4 that we are seeing now, with Catherine De Bruno going back to the front again, are in a very comfortable position indeed.
Yeah, certainly there's 5 out there, and 5 who are going to finish and go through the final. So De Souza is out of the race, and we have 5 left, and hey-ho, 5 go through to the final. So at the moment, there's no real pace on, because they're in a bit of a holding pattern at the moment. But they will be going through to the final, barring that there's no issues, as there was for the 34-year-old Brazilian in Vanessa Cristina De Souza, unfortunately for her. So they take the bell and move around there, and Catherine De Bruno has moved out to the front. Shauna Bouquet is there as well from Ireland, and also the second of the Swiss in there, Manuela Scher, and Menya, the 20-year-old German who burst into prominence in Berlin in 2018 as a youngster at the European Championships. Well, she is in there amongst it as well. So they head round with a couple of 100 metres to go, and they're really doing it quite easily now. What's going to happen here? Who wants to take it? Who wants to take it? Does Menya come around the outside? Does De Bruno decide to take it? Does Manuela Scher? Well, Catherine De Bruno is the one out in front there at the moment. It's going to be Catherine De Bruno who's going to finish in 3rd position, and then on the outside there, well, you can take your pick. All 4 of them go through, regardless of where they finish there, because there are 5 that go through to the final. Catherine De Bruno is the one who goes through 12:43.82. Now her lifetime best is 10:29.56. That tells you something, doesn't it? Over 2 minutes, 2.25 minutes slower than her lifetime best. So that is about conserving energy. Menya of Germany through 2nd, and then Manuela Scher and Shauna Bouquet of the Republic of Ireland.
le plus de calme possible dans le stade.
And then from there, it is going to be Jenna Fessemeyer, who, despite being dropped off the back there at one point, was in front of de Souza. She was going to finish in 5th place, and she does just that, and she does qualify through to the final. Does the 27-year-old American. But that lady there, Catherine de Bruyne, moves through in 1st place. Menya, she has improved a heck of a lot over the last 4 or 5 years when she burst onto that scene, and one of those athletes that you look at and you think she has got real potential. Wants to compete in Milano Cortina in 2026, does Menya, in para-cross country skiing. But there's your winner, Catherine de Bruyne, one of the 5 to go through. So they were together pretty much the whole way around, and at the end it was de Bruyne who, well, I wouldn't say put the afterburners on, but she just said, I'm going to win this by a length or two, and pushed Menya into 2nd, pushed her compatriot Manuela Scher into 3rd, and then Shauna Bouquet, 20 years of age, into a final at her first Paralympic Games. Fessemeyer in 5th position, but easy peasy for Catherine de Bruyne. Great experience for de Bruyne. She's been around for a while. And she will be there or thereabouts when it comes to the final. The final of this event is going to be an absolute cracker. So de Bruyne, Menya, Scher, Bouquet and Fessemeyer go through from the 2nd heat. De Souza did not finish with mechanical failure, and it's going to be a huge, huge final, that one there. But there is action happening in the field as well. And this here, the javelin throw F38 final, this is a coordination impairment category, by the way, the least of the coordination impairments. And Jose Gregorio Lemos Rivas is the world and Paralympic champion this year. Throw number 2, his opener was 55.50. What's his second got in store? Well, it's out there over that 55-metre mark, up towards 60. He holds the world and Paralympic records. The world record is set in Santiago in Chile in the Pan American Games last year. The Paralympic record set in Tokyo 2020. He's also won the Paralympic and World Championship long jump bronze medals as well. So he's a bit of an all-round athlete. 58, 45, so he does improve on his opening mark and he stays in 1st position. Men's 100 metres T37 coordination impairment category, the 2nd least coordination impaired. And there are 2 heats scheduled to go in this one. Heat number 1. 5 set to go. Ricardo Gomes de Mendonça is the double world champion of Brazil. He'll go in lane 3. You can see closest to. So Gomes de Mendonça, who won gold last year and the World Paralympics Championships. Paralympic Games debut for Ukraine's Raisky. Luis da Costa, bronze last year in Paris at the Worlds. Panomo took bronze in Tokyo 2020, the man there from Indonesia. He also won bronze earlier this year in the Worlds in Kobe. And Valentin Bergeron, who's the bronze medalist from last year's Paralympics World Championships here in Paris. What a roar. Valentin Bergeron. He's a wonderful young man, Valentin Bergeron. He just loves competing, and he gets a buzz out of competing in front of his home crowd. That man gets a buzz from winning. He won gold at the last two World Paralympics Championships. Gomez de Mendonca. What I love about para sports is you always find an outlier, someone who appears from nowhere and gives you something you just don't expect. Could it come in this heat or the next? Now it will be the first three that go through automatically. And then after the two heats, it will be the next two fastest who advance to the final. Men's 100 metres T37, opening heat of 2. And away they get, and fastest away is Santiago Panomo. He's got away very quick, and says Gomez de Mendonca, the double world champion. And it's going to be Gomez de Mendonca who gets it. It's Panomo second, and Luis da Costa who's going to come through in third position. 11:07 is the time. But it's a Brazil 1 and 3 moving through, and it's Indonesia splitting them in the middle. Season best for Gomez de Mendonca of 11:07. 11:35 for Panomo in second, also a season best for him. But there is your winner of this opening heat, Ricardo Gomez de Mendonca. Season best as well for Luis da Costa on the right of screen. There's your three who are going through. And a lifetime best for Raisky, the 17-year-old from Ukraine.
Well, these conditions are not affecting the times that we are seeing. And nothing reserved at all in this opening heat of the men's T37 heats. I mean, to see season's best for the top three athletes, a personal best for the top four. Raisky, that is quite impressive, and it just shows the standard that is expected in the final. They are coming out with these times already in the qualifier. Gomez de Mendonca looking relaxed as well over that finish line. I think we could see something quite special when it comes through to the final if he's able to produce that in the rain, in the heat environment. What's going to happen when it comes to the excitement of a final?
Well, there's the excitement of heat number 1. Gomez de Mendonca, Panomo and Luis da Costa are the three automatically that go through. Raisky, we'll have to wait and see.
Et du côté du lancer du disque, Dong Fexia pour la République populaire de Chine est actuellement en tête avec 26,39 m réalisé à son troisième essai, mais tout se passe en ce moment du côté du lancer.
Men's 100 metres T37, second heat of 2. Coordination impairment category, the second least coordination impaired.
Dans cette finale du javelot F38, il mène actuellement avec 58,45 m. Et c'est encore mieux, 58,84 m. Vous pouvez l'applaudir.
A field of 6 nominated to start, and all of them will go in this one, including Vladislav Zaubeni, the Paralympic long jump champion.
voyez sur l'écran géant Guoazhou, l'athlète de Chine qui reçoit les dernières instructions de son assistant. Nous sommes dans le 5e essai de la longueur femme T11. Elle est actuellement 2e du concours avec 4,91 m. Il faut aller au-delà de 5,22 m et réaliser un nouveau record paralympique pour aller prendre la tête du concours. Deuxième série du 100 mètres homme T37.
It's time for heat 2 of the men's T37 100 meters.
Au couloir 3 pour l'Arabie Saoudite, Ali Al-Nakli.
So 6 to go in this one. Ali Al-Nakli, who was 5th in Kobe at the recent World Paralympic Championships. Andre Verdovin, gold in the 400 metres in Tokyo, the neutral Paralympic athlete. He won silver in the 100 and 200 metres there. He's got 10 World Championship golds over the 1, 2, 400 and the relay. Edison Cavalcante Pinheiro, 4-time medalist of the World Championships. He was bronze in Tokyo 2020. Andre Malemba Roches, who was bronze in the Pan American Games just last year. And the Paralympic long jump champion will go in lane 7, Vladislav Zaobenyi of Ukraine and Petros Karuli of Namibia. Lifetime best of 12.45 will go in lane number 8. First 3 automatically qualifying to the final. The next 2 fastest across this and the previous heat. Once we've got everything in the mix, we'll go through from there. Heat number 2, men's 100 metres, T37. Away at the first time of asking and all getting away very quick indeed. Out there in lane number 3 is Cavalcante Pinheiro, who looks very fast indeed. Verdovin on the inside of him. And here's those two, and then Al-Nakli, I think, of Saudi Arabia, who has gone through in 3rd position, their automatic qualification, but looking really strong there. Edson Cavalcante Pinheiro of Brazil. 11:33. The time he went through in. Andre Verdovin, the neutral Paralympic athlete, taking 2nd position in 11:57. A season best for Ali Al-Nakli of Saudi Arabia, the 24-year-old who qualifies through as well.
Pour son premier essai, elle s'installe actuellement sur sa chaise de lancer.
Now Zaobenyi, season best 11:72 for him. He should qualify through as well. So the long jump Paralympic champion will find himself in a final of the men's 100 metres T37 as well. But there's the winner, Edson Cavalcante Pinheiro.
It was a fast start from Cavalcante Pinheiro, but he had on his shoulder Andre Verdovin his first 50 metres, and it wasn't until the latter half of this 100 that we saw the Brazilian rise up to the occasion. Took a long time to get into his stride there, but once he does, there's absolutely no stopping him. Streaking away from 2nd place, Verdovin. A strong finish coming from Ali Al-Nakli to make up those top 3.
So there it is. Cavalcante Pinheiro, Verdovin, Nakli go through season best for an athlete. Also for Zaobenyi, the Ukraine, the Paralympic long jump champion. He qualifies in a time of 11:72 for the final. So how does that look as we look at the final positions? Gomez de Mendonca with that first position, 11:07, going through right down to Zaobenyi and Raisky, the two Ukrainians who qualify as lucky losers. Men's javelin throw F38. As you would expect, this man up the top, Jose Gregorio Lemos Rivas. Season best already. What's this one got to offer? Well, it's out towards that 60-metre mark. And you saw that dotted line from his previous attempt where he'd put himself in front. The earlier one was 58.45. He holds the world record, the Paralympic record. He's the world and Paralympic champion. And he has extended it, the season best, to 58.84, and he stays in first position. After 3 attempts, he leads from Bilyi and An of China, who's in third position.
Et du côté du lancer du disque, vous pouvez assister à l'installation sur la chaise qui peut être spécifique à chaque lanceur, mais qui doit bien sûr respecter les règles internationales.
Men's 5,000 metres, T11 victory ceremony. This the first of the track finals at these Paralympic Games. And what a final it was.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du 5000 mètres masculin T11.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's T11 5,000 metres.
It was Brazil who reigned supreme in the opening track final of Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. But it wasn't perhaps the Brazilian that everyone thought it would be. The man coming into it, Yeltsin Jacques, the world champion, also the world record holder. Many were expecting him to improve on that mark.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medalists will be presented by
Monsieur Paul Fitzgerald, responsable de World Para Athletics.
Head of World Para Athletics.
Paul Fitzgerald, the head of World Para Athletics, will make the
Accompanied by
presentations.
Monsieur Reynald Eschliman, président directeur général de Omega SA.
Along with
President and
Reynald
CEO of
Eschliman,
Omega SA.
who's the president and CEO of Omega SA.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant le Brésil.
Bronze medalist representing Brazil, Yeltsin Jacques.
So the man who everyone thought perhaps might win the gold medal and add to his previous Paralympic title and world title, Yeltsin Jacques takes the bronze medal instead. And one of the beauties of para-athletics and para-sport now is that the guide themselves are also up there on the podium.
Médaille d'argent représentant le Japon.
silver medalist, representing Japan, Karasawa, Kenya.
Karasawa, Kenya, the world champion from last year, 2023. Took silver in this event also in his home games at Tokyo 2020. He takes silver again here in Paris 2024. Setting a new Asian record, the 30-year-old. By the way, all three of these athletes came inside the Paralympic record that was set in Athens back in 2004. Such was the speed of this race.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant le Brésil.
Gold medalists and your Paralympic champions representing Brazil, Julio Cesar Agrippino dos Santos.
Julio Cesar Agrippino dos Santos of Brazil is Paralympic champion at Paris 2024. He won 1500-meter gold in Kobe in Japan back in May at the World Para-Athletics Championships, and he smashed the world record mark here that was set by Yeltsin Jacks at those championships when he won 5,000 meters there. What a performance, what an athlete, brilliant stuff. Brazil 1 and 3, Japan in second position with the silver. We'll now pause for the national anthem of Brazil.
If you can, please stand for the anthem of Brazil.
So the opening victory ceremony of the para-athletics at Paris 2024, the Paralympic Games. And it's Brazil who topped the podium with Julio Cesar Agrippino dos Santos. Yeltsin Jacks, his compatriot, takes the bronze medal, and Karasawa, Kenya, for the second successive games, takes silver for Japan, helped on by their guides. So field is ongoing. This is the seated throw category F55. Dong Fei Xiao. Well, that's a decent mark. You can see that world record out there. Dong's the Paralympic champion, and 26.67. A new Asian record set with that final attempt of Dong Fei-Xia, which also means she retains her Paralympic title. 3 Paralympic Games in a row now for Dong Fei-Xia: Rio, Tokyo, and now Paris. Carrera Casares with the silver medal, and Diana Cremina, formerly Diana Tiziti, with a bronze medal adding to her collection.
Le disque féminin F55, très belle performance avec un record d'Asie pour Dong Fei-Xia, République populaire de Chine, 26 mètres 67.
Men's 100 meters T47, the opening heat of 2 in the category to seize fastest Paralympian in the world going in the next heat. A stacked field of 9 in this one. Patricia Ferreira dos Santos will go in heat number 2, reigning champion. This is the category for those affected by an upper limb deficiency, impaired muscle power, or impaired passive range of movement.
The men's T47 100 meters.
If you want more, head to Paralympic.org and you'll get all the information you need across categories in both the track and the field.
Dans cette épreuve, les 3 premiers de chaque série et les 2 meilleurs temps seront qualifiés pour la finale. Finaliste des derniers championnats du monde de Kobe, représentant Cuba.
Two-time Paralympic
So,
represented Cuba.
Raciel Gonzalez Isidora, his brother Raul played baseball for Cuba. He himself was a silver medalist in this back in London 2012. Jutomo Koli, his first major championship for the Liberian. Phil Grolla, who was 11th in the Worlds in Paris last year, goes in lane 3. Lucas Souza Pereira, his first major championship for the Brazilian. They can wheel them out in this event, can't they? So we may see something again here. Luis Andres Vasquez Segura, who likes playing dominoes. He'll be hoping the dominoes fall in his favour here in this one. The second of the Brazilians in this one, Washington Jr., bronze in Tokyo 2020. Washington Jr. Kudawashi Padiomo Chikwederi of Zimbabwe, the 21-year-old, his first major championship. The man who was 8th at the Pan American Games last year, Raven Sample of the USA. And Ayman Al Hadoui of Morocco, who's been competing for 6 years, will go in lane 9 on the outside. So a mixture of T45, T46 and T47 in this race. T47 the least of the impairment in this category. T45 the most impaired. This is though a T47 race. The athletes can opt to use those cylinders there to help get their balance because they have a limb deficiency. Well, they stopped it straight away there.
Et les athlètes de cette première série du 100 mètres.
Now, I thought it was a very quick start anyway, as they moved up there and they didn't take much time.
Nous allons donc connaître dans quelques instants la décision. des officiels.
I think the starter's pointing to his ears there. I don't know if it was a malfunction or whether there's...
Attention, lancer du javelot, une énorme performance
We'll
pour
find out very, very shortly anyway.
Rivas, 63 mètres 80, nouveau record du monde.
Yeah, there was a movement from Koli Jutimo, I think on the inside, the Liberian. I think he just slightly moved. Now, I don't know whether he might be given yeah, it's a green card that's been given there because of the fact that there's a limb deficiency. There's a coordination problem there at times, and when they move, it's just because of a balance issue. So the green card has been issued there. There's no problem at all. The starter will put them back into position and we'll get going again. But you'll notice those cylinders that some athletes use for balance to get themselves ready to go, because with the limb deficiency, it can be a problem with balance and the issue there. So some choose to use it, some choose not to. Men's 100 metres T47, opening heat of 2. Yeah, this time they're away with no problems at all, and getting away really fast. I thought on the inside there was Washington Jr., but he's being pulled back here. But on the inside, it's Gonzalez Isidora, but flying down the outside. It might have been El Hadoui. I think El Hadoui might have got that on the line there. He was absolutely motoring down the outside. Now it's the first 3 that go through automatically. It is El Hadoui with a new African record as well of 10.69. He was absolutely flying down the outside. Second position, lifetime best, goes to the Cuban and Gonzalez Isidora, and also a lifetime best for Chigwadere of Zimbabwe. Well, Washington Jr. has missed out on going through as one of those first 3. And it's not very often you say that, and there's 2 Brazilians in the race, that they miss out on going through automatically. But getting away very fast was, on the inside, was Gonzalez Isidora. But just look at closest to screen down the outside there, looking across, absolutely flying in the last 30 metres was Armani El Hadoui. He had a chance to look across and see what was coming as well. He was in about 5th or 6th position. Well, that hair looks like a lightning strike, and that was like him down the outside there, absolutely flying. Has a look across, takes the win, and moves through to the final, does the Moroccan. Very, very slight wind assistance. There's been no real issues with that as far as any records go here this morning, because it's been well down and there's been nothing really to speak of there.
Du lancer du disque féminin F55, elle est dans son 5e essai. Erika Maria Castano Salazar, la colombienne, a pris la tête.
So there it is. Morocco's El Hadoui, a lifetime best 10.69 in first. Gonzalez Isidora of Cuba goes through, also a lifetime best in second, and Chigwadere lifetime best third.
Et on est dans la fin du concours de la longueur femme T11. Il reste 3 athlètes à s'élancer. Alba Garcia Falagan sera la prochaine. Elle est actuellement 3e du concours avec 4,76 m.
Second heat in the men's 100 metres T47. And this will see the fastest Paralympian in the world in Patricio Ferreira dos Santos, the double Paralympic champion. Going in lane 6, 27 years of age. He's won the last 4 world championships as well. He's also won titles over 200 metres and 400 metres as well.
It's heat 2 of the men's T47 100 metres.
Couloir numéro 1, représentant le Bénin, Faisal Achiba.
In lane 1, Faisal Achiba, who was 12th back in Tokyo 2020, the man from Benin. Full field of 9 in the opening heat, and a full field of 9 going in this one as well. So Achiba goes in lane 1.
Couloir numéro 2, représentant le Gabon, David Rendel
Gabriel Del Magagni of Gabon goes in lane 2. He's flag bearer at Tokyo 2020. Ayub Sadni, the Paralympic and world champion over 400 metres. Mikael Daruth, who was silver at both 2016 in Rio and also Tokyo 2020, and silver in Kobe earlier in the year in the Worlds as well. Mikael Daruth. Wang Hao, silver in the long jump back in 2016 in Rio. Took bronze in the 100 in Kobe earlier in the year. Patricio Ferreira dos Santos, Paralympic and world champion. He's the world and Paralympic record holder as well, the Brazilian. Corbin Best, who was 4th in Tokyo, and Kobe, I should say, earlier this year in the Para-Athletics World Championships. Corbin Best of the USA. Luis Fernando Lara Rodriguez. He runs the 400 metres as well. He'll go in lane 8. And Yamusa Sila, 19 years of age. His first major championship will go out in lane 9. The man from Guinea.
It's a lineup of heat 2 of the men's T47 100 metres.
Heat number 2, men's 100 metres T47. There's the man everyone's come to see, Patricio Ferreira dos Santos. World and Paralympic record holder, also world and Paralympic champion. The Brazilian goes in lane 6. Well, there's another start there. Someone's been left behind.
Et nous retrouverons la même situation que dans la série précédente. Les athlètes
when someone gets out the blocks a bit quick, but this one here, someone's been
du Stade de France.
Left behind, I think.
Les athlètes sont donc rappelés
in lane 2.
Les officiels par le jury.
David Rendel McCagney.
Pour prendre un second départ.
Now I don't know whether he's jumped the gun or whether he's just been left behind. Now he doesn't look too confident. You can usually tell from body language of people, and he looks like he's in a bit of bother. The way he's looking.
Well, I think I saw him move first, and yeah, he wasn't able to hold his position in the block, so that's why he didn't go, because he knew he'd done the full start and therefore stopped himself from actually leaving the blocks.
He didn't actually break the plane as such. He lost his balance. Now we saw that in the first of the heats in this T47 men's 400 metres, and the green card has been issued again here as well. there has to be a direct common sense in these type of things because of the fact there is a limb deficiency and is impaired muscle power and range of movement, etc. So there has to be some common sense. And thankfully for that man there was some. Great to see. So McCagney of Gabon gets to go again. Men's 100 metres T47, heat number 2 of 2. Now, I think I might have heard set. Now this might be interesting.
Retour du côté du saut en longueur pour le dernier essai.
I sense a few nerves down there.
Actuellement la nouvelle recordman paralympique.
Now, marks and set were called, and there was a break.
Well, it did look as though Ayub Sadni's support that he was using, his block, fell away under his arm. Now, the referee's obviously going to have to work out exactly what happened and whether it was within the athlete's control or not.
Well, I think if the block falls, then, yeah, perhaps he'll be given the benefit of the doubt.
Vous pouvez applaudir Asila Mirzayorova, qui est votre nouvelle championne paralympique de la longueur T11.
Yeah, I think this will be a green card because it did actually fall over. What he uses to assist him. So let's. Oh no, he's been given the red. So Sadly has been given the red card. Now, I think the issue came, and what worried me in the first place was that set had been called. And I think he moved, which was why his device then fell. So I think that's the problem there. So sadly, unfortunately for him, has been disqualified for breaking the plane there. And the Moroccan will now have to go and watch from the sideline, so to speak. Now, he is due to compete in the 400 metres as well at these championships, so that isn't the end for the man from Rabat. But it will mean that lane 3 now is unoccupied. So the third time of asking, they get away. And Patricio Ferreira dos Santos, it wasn't the greatest of starts from him. Looking really good is Mikel Daroust doing there. But here comes dos Santos, he comes through in second position. And I think on the outside of him, in 10.77, it's Corbin Best, who was fourth in Kobe earlier in the year. He's equalled his lifetime best of 10.78 there in that one.
Corbin Best equalling his PB there of 10.78. Takes the first spot.
We haven't seen much of the Americans on the opening morning, and we've seen plenty now.
And Wang Hao also takes.
So dos Santos from 10.90 goes through in second, and Wang Hao takes that automatic third position. But it wasn't the greatest of starts by Patricio Ferreira dos Santos. But you know what? I think sometimes he kids with people and just holds a little back. And I think he knew he had enough to get through there and finish. But Corbin Best has taken the victory, the 21-year-old.
Well, it could have been a little bit of those altercations at the start, having two false starts that potentially upset the opening speed for Ferreira dos Santos. Saw him take a little while to get going, but it was Mikel Daroust who had a great start at Poland, just not able to quite hang on though, and missing out on that top 3 qualification. Great running by the American Corbin Best. You can see his face starting to relax. He knew he had that race in control. Performance to top the table, equaling that personal best.
Well, the 21-year-old who trains at the Chula Vista Elite Athlete Training Center in California
Elle sera médaillée d'argent.
Has topped the table in this one, equaling his lifetime best. Ferreira dos Santos does go through, 10.90 for him. Also Wang Hao at the same time. And that could have been dangerous for dos Santos because Mikel de Roos in 10.92 by 2/100ths of a second just missed out there. So we may have had an issue for the reigning Paralympic champion first up, but he goes through. So what does that mean? Well, that's what it means there. Washington Jr. and Lucas Souza Pereira are the two lucky losers that go through, Brazilians. So we'll have 3 Brazilians in the final, including Pereira dos Santos, the reigning Paralympic and world champion.
Son premier jet n'a pas été mesuré. Il en restera donc 5 dans ce concours mené par Erika Maria Castano Salazar, la colombienne, 26 mètres 70. Deuxième du concours avec un nouveau record d'Asie, Tang Feixia pour la République populaire de Chine, 26 mètres 76. Et troisième actuellement, 25 mètres 81 pour Rosa Maria Guerrero Casares, Mexique.
Women's 100 metres T35 final. The last of the track events for this opening morning session at Paris 2024 and the Paralympic Games.
Et c'est l'heure de la finale du 100 mètres femmes,
but only one can reign supreme at the end.
T35 100 metres final.
Zhu Jia, the Paralympic and world champion over 100 and 200 metres amongst the starters.
Sixième des derniers championnats du monde pour le Kazakhstan.
Competing at her second Paralympic Games from Kazakhstan.
Saltanat Abelkamisikisi.
Saltanat Abelkamisikisi, who was 9th in Tokyo 2020. From Kazakhstan will go in lane 1.
Médaillée d'argent des Jeux paralympiques d'Athènes pour l'Allemagne.
4-time Paralympic silver medalist from Germany.
Isabel Forder, 45 years of age, her first games were back in 1998 in Birmingham. At the World Championships there. Ingrid Renecka, first Paralympic Games for her. She was 5th in both Kobe earlier this year and Paris last year in the Worlds. Fatima Silhouette, bronze in the Asian Para Games in 2022. She was 4th at the last 2 World Para-Athletics Championships.
Championne paralympique en titre, championne du monde en titre et
détentrice
du record du monde pour la République populaire de Chine.
100 and 200 metres, Paralympic and world champion. She's got both the world and Paralympic records. She is Zhu Jia of China.
Médaillée d'argent des derniers championnats du monde pour la
And her
République
compatriot,
populaire de Chine.
Gu Qingquan, who was silver medalist at the last 2 Worlds behind Zhu in the 100 and 200. Will go in lane 6.
Médaillée de bronze des derniers championnats du monde pour l'Inde.
Priti Pal of India, bronze in the 100 and the 200 in Kobe back in May at the Worlds. Priti Pal of India. Poland's Jagoda Kibel, silver in the 200 metres back in Dubai in 2019. She's now here in the 100 metres at the Paralympic Games. Here's the Polish youngster. And Nika Timmer, bronze in 2019 in Dubai from the Netherlands, will go in lane number 9. So a mix of age and experience across the board in this one, ranging from the age of 17 up to the age of 45. And everything in between. Zhu Jia, world record, Paralympic record. Will she add to her long, long list of gold medals and world titles here?
Abelkamisikisi. Further. Renecka. Suawet. Xu, Guo, Ha, Kébé, Timmer. C'est la finale du 100 mètres femmes T35.
Time for the women's T35 100-meter final.
Now this is a coordination impairment category. This is the most of the coordination impaired, from 35 up to 38, 38 being the least of the impairments, and the lower number 35 being the most impaired category. Now if you want more on it, Paralympic.org is the place to go. But these athletes, sometimes even over 100 metres, will tighten up towards the end of races. So on the right of the screen there is Zhu, and Gu on the left has been the perennial silver medalist behind the world and Paralympic champion, her compatriot Zhu Jie, in lane 5. Women's 100 metres T35 final is underway, and it is the two Chinese out in front there. Sued is doing it best, but it is Zhu Jie who's taken the lead ahead of Gu. Gu is coming back at her, but it's going to be Zhu who takes it. Gu with the silver medal. On the outside looks like Preeti Powell might have taken the bronze medal, but it is a time of 13:57, so outside her world and Paralympic records, but it is another gold for Zhu Jie of China. Gu again with his silver medal, season best for Zhu, lifetime best of 13:74 for Gu, and Preeti Powell, lifetime best for her for third. But that lady there, Zhu Jie, wins the gold.
Et un duo chinois sur ce podium. Médaille d'argent pour Wu Qianqian avec un record personnel en 13,74. Elle viendra compléter ce podium avec une médaille de bronze pour l'Inde et un record personnel 14.
Well, there's your silver medalist, Gu, who yet again comes in behind Zhu Jie.
The new PB for Guo takes silver medal, and Powell from India, also in a new PB of 14:21, finishes up the podium in a bronze medal place.
But what a performance from the young Indian on the outside of the two Chinese there. It was like she was dragged along by them. Well, Preeti Powell, she trains 36 hours a week in New Delhi, and she's earned her bronze medal. The lady in blue there outside the Chinese duo of Zhu and Gu. I thought Gu was going to get to it, but Zhu just held off and picked up another Paralympic gold title. That's 3 in a row. She'll be in the 200 metres as well. And don't discount her from that one. A running phenomenon.
Et le concours du
Zhu wins it.
masculin catégorie
China won too with Gu there as well, and India through Preeti Powell have picked up a Paralympic bronze medal in the 100 metres T35 final for women.
Devant l'Ukrainien Vladislas Billy et 52 mètres 86. Le troisième de cette finale du javelot
So
masculin
fourth
catégorie F38.
Paralympic gold medal for Zhu Jie.
Populaire de Chine.
Gu takes silver again with a lifetime best, and a lifetime best Preeti Powell with the first ever Paralympic medal for her, the Indian, with a bronze. Lifetime best 14:21. Sued of Iraq just missing out.
1:97, a season's best for him. Vladislav Billy from Ukraine finishes silver, 52:86, also a season's best. A standout performance for the gold medal from Colombia, Jose Gregorio Lemos Rivas, 63 meters 81 and a new world record.
Et on profite de la sortie du jury ici pour applaudir les bénévoles qui permettent le déroulement de ces Jeux paralympiques Paris 2024. Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du lancer du poids féminin F41.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's shot put F41.
Women's shot put F41 victory ceremony. History made in this one. Rouatilili becoming the most decorated Tunisian Paralympic athlete of all time. Taking the gold yet again.
Les médailles sont remises par
The medals will be presented by
Madame Mickey Matheson, membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique.
governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
Accompagné par
So Mickey Matheson,
Monsieur
the
Lamine
IPC
Amine,
governing board member,
délégué au sport et
along
à
with
l'héritage olympique de la ville de Saint-Ouen.
Lamine Amima, Deputy Mayor of Ville-d'Anjouan,
Legacy, Ville de Saint-Ouen.
here in Paris.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant de l'Argentine.
Bronze medalist representing Argentina, Antonella Ruiz Diaz.
Antonella Ruiz Diaz, a second consecutive Paralympic Games, taking the bronze medal as she did at Tokyo 2020. But she'll be more than happy with her day's work. Her penultimate throw of 9.58, a season best for the lady from Argentina, 27 years of age. Consecutive Paralympic bronze medals for her.
Médaillé d'argent, représentante de l'Ouzbékistan.
Silver medalist representing Uzbekistan, Kubaro Kakimova.
Kubara Kakimova, 22 years of age. Asian record 10.36 for their second attempt. She was only 4 centimetres shy of Rouatilili. So there's one for the future at just 22. 4 centimetres off a potential gold medal. Loads to look forward to there for the youngster. She was silver at both the last 2 World Championships behind Tilili. She's the Asian Para Games champion, taking a gold there, and no doubt gold here will be coming very, very soon indeed over the next 1 or 2 Paralympic Games.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique.
Wonderful to see.
Représentante de la
Great
Tunisie.
emotion, and that's what it's all about.
And your Paralympic champion representing Tunisia, Rouatilili.
Now her 5th Paralympic shot put gold, adding to the 2 Paralympic discus gold she has, which makes her the most decorated Tunisian Paralympian ever. She moves past Maher Bouleg, who won 6 in para-athletics between 2000 and 2004. Wonderful athlete, she shows great emotion. And she deserves to take in all the plaudits. Always a smile on her face. I'd say she'll be the one getting the dance party going later on. Rouatilili, gold, the women's shot put, F41.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you
Time
can,
now
please stand for the
take a
anthem of
pause
Tunisia.
for the Tunisian national anthem.
messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Paralympic medalists.
So Talili with another gold medal, Kakamova with the silver, and Ruiz Diaz of Argentina picks up the bronze in the women's F41 shot put for those of shorter stature.
Et du côté du lancer du disque, le concours se continue dans la catégorie F55 femmes avec pour le Mali, Korotoumou Koulibaly actuellement dans la cage de lancer. Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du saut en longueur féminin T11.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's long jump T11.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Women's long jump T11 victory ceremony. Complete visual impairment category. It contained a new Paralympic record.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Ilgar Raimov, président de l'IBSA.
IBSA President Ilka Raminov and Cedric Lasso,
accompanied by
the City Councillor,
Monsieur Cédric Lasso, conseiller municipal de Chelles, délégué
Chelles,
à la santé, à la
will
prévention
also
et au handicap.
City Council
The accompanying-
for Health, Prevention and Disabilities of Shell.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Espagne.
Bronze medalist representing Spain, Alba Garcia Falagan.
Alba Garcia Falagan will also compete here in the 100 metres. Has taken the bronze medal, her first ever medal at a major championships, Worlds or Paralympics. Last year, the World Paralympics Championships, she finished just outside the medals in 4th position. This time, she's managed to claim herself a bronze medal for Spain and for herself, the 22-year-old. Once had a coach who encouraged her to try para-athletics, and she combined it with goalball until 2017, and then she focused on her para-athletics.
Médaille d'argent,
And what a way
représentant la République
to come out here
populaire de Chine.
at these games.
Silver medalist representing the People's Republic of China, Zhu Guoa.
Zhu Guoa, bronze in the past 2 World Para-Athletics Championships. She won gold in Dubai back in 2019. She's got 5 World Championship golds over the 100, the 200 and the relay, 2 Paralympic Games golds over the 100 and the relay. She's got a silver medal now in the long jump for the 33-year-old. From Guangdong province.
Médaillé d'or, championne paralympique représentant l'Ouzbékistan.
Gold medalist.
The lady who finished in the silver medal position in Tokyo 2020, she's now claimed the gold medal. Vasila Mirziyoyeva of Uzbekistan, double world champion as well, now a Paralympic champion. She'll also compete in the 100 and 200 here. The 400 she didn't bother too much about when she was in that because she was concentrating on the long jump, but the 100 and 200 she'll have a real crack at. She's got the full kit as well. She's the gold medalist at the Asian Para Games back in 2022, the most recent one. Paralympic champion from Uzbekistan, Vasila Mirziyoyeva.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Ouzbékistan.
As we pause for the national anthem of Uzbekistan. Mirziyoyeva's father, he watched the 2016 Paralympic Games and suggested she try some para-sport. She was introduced to Sado Abdukalov, who's the para-athletics national team coach, and the rest is history. So Mirziyoyeva with the gold, Zhu with the silver, and Garcia Faligan with the bronze medal in the women's long jump T11 category.
disque femme F55. Korotoro Koulibaly pour le Mali va faire son dernier jet dans son concours, 18,57 m. C'est pour l'instant sa meilleure performance.
Jose Gregorio Lemos Rivas. World Paralympic champion. He has the records as well. And what about that one? Wow! His world record is 61.76. That was set last year in Santiago, the Pan American Games. The Paralympic record of 60.31 set back in Tokyo 2020. This one, his fourth attempt, has absolutely smashed it. 63.81 meters for the Colombian, breaking his own world record that he set at the back end of last year. Well, why wouldn't they be happy? You don't beat that. 63.81 meters, a new world record, beating his own mark by over 2 meters. 2 meters and 5 centimeters, in fact. He has absolutely obliterated his previous mark.
Closing out the discus there.
So Lemos Rivas takes yet another gold medal with a world record. Billy and Anne with the silver and bronze. So here's the bell that will head to Notre Dame, and the refurbishment. Cecilia Merziarova gets to ring it, as do all the gold medalists here at these Games. She's a Paralympic champion. She rings the bell. She takes the plaudits, and she deserves every single one of them.
Bonjour. Hi there. You're on screen. Les enfants qui sont là aujourd'hui au Stade de France pour le début du...
Well, Erica Castano Salazar is the world champion. She's looking for the Paralympic champion medal. You can see that world record mark out there. She's not out near it. That's stood for a long time, since 2008. But the Colombian has Dong Fei-Xie of China, who's the reigning Paralympic champion, in her sights. Now, Dong went out hard at the beginning. But this may be enough for Castano Salazar to add a gold Paralympic medal to her World Championship medal. Oh, she loves it. 26.70 meters for her. That put her in the first place. And the Colombian, who has that World Championship gold from Kobe back in May in Japan. And the women's discus throw F55. Now has the Paralympic gold medal as well.
Et bien sûr, nos bénévoles qui sont là, merci à eux pour toute leur aide tout au long de ces Jeux paralympiques de Paris 2024.
Et du côté de la célèbre cloche, nous retrouvons Erika Maria Castano-Salazar pour la Colombie qui remporte le titre de championne paralympique du disque féminin catégorie F55.
Erika Maria Castano-Salazar, Paralympic champion in the women's discus throw F55, gets to ring the bell, as do all the gold medalists here in these Para-Athletics Championships at the Paralympic Games. Gold medal, 26.70 metres. She won by 3 centimetres ahead of Dongfei Xia, who, despite setting an Asian record, has to settle for silver, and Guerrero Cazares of Mexico picked up the bronze. The Frige merchandise selling well, as are the Mexican wrestling outfits.
Au javelot avec 63,80 m dans la catégorie F38 masculine et sur le 5000 m catégorie T11.
So Castano-Salazar with a first ever Paralympic gold. Dong, the former Paralympic champion, lifetime best in silver, 3 centimetres in it. Season best for Rosa Maria Guerrero Cazares of Mexico, who takes the bronze medal.
Ce n'était que la première session, avec notamment cet après-midi 4 concours, des finales sur 100, 200, 400, 5000. Bref, ça ne s'arrête pas ici au Stade de France.
We had an amazing first session this morning.
We did 2 Paralympic records, 2 world records on top as well. What a fantastic celebration of athletics it was. And tonight, we've got 8 finals to come. I'm looking forward to that one.
Donc ce soir, rendez-vous à 18h pour le premier concours. On commencera avec la massue, des concours, des courses. Le programme sera chargé encore ce soir. À ce soir.
Been quite a morning for Colombia. Discus throw, javelin throw, a couple of gold medals. Smile. China haven't done too bad either today. Women's shot put F41. Confirmation of the winners in that one. Antonella Ruiz Diaz. Who picked up the bronze medal with a new season best for her, 9:58. With her penultimate attempt being her best one. Kabara Kekamova of Uzbekistan. A new Asian record for her wonderful technique. 10:36 with her second throw. But the lady who everyone had to beat was from Tunisia. Rawa Talili. She becomes the most decorated Tunisian Paralympian ever. 7 gold medals at the Paralympic Games. This, her 5th consecutive Paralympic shot put gold to add to her 2 in the discus. She did it with a season best second attempt of 10.40 metres, much to the delight of her onlooking fans. Ruiz Diaz, Kakamova and Talili, the top 3. Men's javelin throw F38. Big names going in this one. On of China. He was 4th in Rio in 2016. Took bronze in the recent World Para-Athletics Championships. And 51.97, he ended up finishing in the bronze medal position. That's because this man, Vladislav Belye of Ukraine, with his 3rd attempt of 52.86, a season best for him as well, relegated on into the bronze medal position. So the 26-year-old from